an inappropriate place. It was called my chest cavity.
I mean, I've also entered Broken's bed, so...
Oh my.
Oh, Lord.
I'm sure her bed was broken before.
I didn't share it with her. I just stole her bed.
No, I was in bed with Broken.
No, I've just slept in her bed because she was sleeping
Before
on my
anybody
bed.
insinuates anything, nothing happened, much to my dismay.
I'm so glad you added that, because I was streaming, so that's now recorded forever, and we can show Broken that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no, she's perfectly well aware of this, and I have said this on the TeamSpeak before to make a couple of certain people jealous.
And there's also the whole point that she knows about our campaign very well because she's been one of the people helping me write it.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess less helping me write it, and more she's been kind of my echo board.
Yeah, I like to think she probably knows us pretty well just from listening in and planning the session.
She hasn't listened in that much, but she knows you a little bit at least.
Yeah.
Somehow.
Well, I mean, the only people in this group that she doesn't really know is, like, you and J-Mac, so...
Mm-hmm. Which is probably for the best.
She knows me very well, so if she wanted to screw with me, she knows precisely how to do it.
It's probably for the best she doesn't know me.
And then I need the other token.
Yeah, I mean, considering how much her sister was basically incessantly petting you during the campaigns.
Yeah. And it was only that. It was only innocent pettings.
I don't know. It seemed like some pretty heavy petting.
No. No, you ignore that. You shouldn't have walked in on us like that. It was very rude. I thought you were a gentleman.
You thought Halius was a gentleman. That was your first mistake.
He did kind of go out of his way not to be.
Yeah, I know.
Your second mistake was assuming he was a man.
He was a man for a while.
He is more dog than man.
No, that's Tor.
No, he was a druid.
Yeah.
So I guess he was more lion because he turned into a lion a lot.
Yeah, dire lion and dire
tiger. Turned into a bird. You did like birds. I'm going to say he's more bird than man. Bird man.
Sadly, not too much elementals.
Unfortunately, I was not good at law. No one?
No, you were just a bird person.
No one got that.
No, I got it.
Oh, I got it.
Eating,
Don't
though.
worry.
Sorry. Haha, funny.
Just sighed and rubbed the bridge of my nose.
We do that a lot. Come on, J-Mac, stop.
If only
get back here.
I really should have been the
Back.
person.
Haha, I summoned the J-Mac.
I really should have been the person to take up the Ogre Magi helmet. I love making bad jokes.
No, but it's cursed property.
Mm-hmm.
Because no one rolled high enough to identify the cursed property. Someone got close, but no one rolled high enough.
Well, we'll get it fixed sooner or later, maybe.
Alternatively, say they can deflect any jokes about her having a big head. Just a skull, not her.
Yeah, I totally don't have a big head. It's just big boned.
Now we just have to do something about your big ego.
Oh no, there's nothing that can be done for that. That's far too late.
She should have been a mesmerist with the whole towering ego thing.
Maybe. I just wanted to play an oracle. And she is literally the opposite of what I was initially planning. It was meant to be a quiet little mousy girl, and then, yeah, this happened.
That's pretty far from planned.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're having fun.
Yeah, I am. Most of the time when Roll20 is screwing me over.
All of us need to play an absolute bastard once in a while. I mean, Willow, J-Mac had AO, I had Torn before he changed alignment on us because story reasons.
It's a pity that
You have
two of them are in the same.
Celia, Big B has Garvin.
Alright, so,
It was lawful nice. Or evil nice.
alright. So, Team PC.
Hi.
Let me just
Hello.
go ahead. Let me just go ahead. And I'm going to bring something. Because Discord is apparently deciding it wants to hate me, I'm going to just read this out because it'll make it easier.
Yay, Discord. Winning the
So
day
the group-
once again.
So the group has dispersed and spent out their time. 1 week, to be precise. Various of you have done different deeds. Some of you will cover more than others, and some of you we won't call it. And one of you happens to be a child, which we won't cover at all.
He did stuff. A lot of stuff.
First, we cover the adventure of a pair of robots, one valiant and the other recently repaired.
Hey, I like that. That's a good one.
Sideline.
Yep.
Sideline and the Griffin bot, Voltamine, headed out into the deep deserts in lure of Voltamine's ultimate objective, a treasure hoard.
Oh, did you go after the treasure I mentioned to you?
Nope.
Oh.
Voltamine found a treasure map.
Oh.
He doesn't know if it's real, but he found a treasure map. And the dragon wanted a hoard. So out they went. Sideline.
Yep.
You may add to your kill count 13 bandits.
Okay.
Sideline got hurt for a grand total of 5 hit points of damage.
Oh no! Did someone stab me with a knife?
You got shot with someone's light crossbow.
Ah, okay.
They rolled
Whatever
minimum
shall
damage.
you do? Just like, hey, I just fixed that. Boom.
Then, after some time, you ran across an archaeological site that seemed to be marked on the map. And after some time digging, with the power of shovel you were given, and the power of Voltamine's claws, and with you scoring what was a Nat 18 with Nanite Surge on engineering,
For fuck's sake! Okay.
you managed to excavate the site and not only find treasure, but also managed to befriend a local archaeologist.
Oh, okay. Making friends along the way. Good. I like making friends.
Said adventure has ended up with the following. Sideline, you may add 3,000 gold to your inventory.
Okay.
Voldemine has succeeded at his objective and received Horde. In
Abstract
addition-
number of horde. Yep.
Yes, you don't know how... I mean, Sideline knows it's a lot. He didn't get count it all because he was very guarding of it. It was his Horde, after all.
Yes. Perfectly
But,
acceptable.
you know, it's a Horde. Also, Sideline gains 5 adamantine bullets if he wishes.
Sure.
Why not?
They,
They're always
they come
useful.
from the archaeologist friend, who also happens to be a gunslinger.
Oh yeah. Well, adamantine bullets and gunslingers, they seem to go hand in hand. And also, archaeologist, which is a really good profession for a gunslinger.
He has a sword and a gun, so it's a very good combo.
Yes.
But that's pretty much how it went for you. It went pretty well. You succeeded at. Let's have a look. You succeeded at 7 of 10 skill checks.
I have
Yeah,
been
that's reasonable.
okay.
Then we move on to the adventures of Bigby and J-Mac,
What's up? Yay, hunting down a tree.
or the anti-mage and the mage.
I've said this multiple times. He's only an anti-evil mage. Sarah is a good mage.
I'm just saying the irony.
That we know about.
I'm just saying the irony, though, right?
Like the
Anyway.
original Odd Couple.
We will. So the two of you went out and into the deep desert as well, though in a different direction. You were heading towards the burnt-down areas that fell under attack by the creature, and it left a trail of devastation. Land scorched by dark, burning smoke. The area blazing away with this almost corrupting fire that made even Sarah's resistance sickened against it. Whatever this thing was, it was bad. It was bad.
Whoops.
Forog, I will successfully say you managed to roll a natural 20 on acrobatics check.
Yay! Acrobatics.
Yeah, that's just a little bit of an oops, Sarah.
And with that, you managed to successfully managed to get through an area, not getting burned at all by this corrupting fire, and managed to get a large piece of bark you believe came from the tree.
I got a bit of tree!
Not only that, though, but you continued your investigation, going through the village that was either destroyed or evacuated. I mean, part of it was destroyed, part of it evacuated, really. It's in pretty bad state, though. Though Sarah does manage to collect some magical residue samples from that.
I got stuff.
Sarah, unfortunately, also got herself burnt for 20 points of damage. But that's been healed up now. But still.
Hubris.
And afterwards, though, you continue to following the trail, just seeing what you could exactly find. Eventually, in the distance, you could see this colossal creature in the distance, a towering thing on the horizon, which Sarah promptly magic missiled. And Sarah does. But magic missiles, you don't think did anything, and you just didn't even seem to notice.
Great. Good to know.
It's not quite an astral demon, but she still hits it.
As it continues its rampage. Though you do manage to write down an account and kind of get a good idea what it looked like.
I don't think we're ever going to
observe it a little bit. So
Oh no,
you
is this my tree demon or another tree demon?
With it, though, you managed to get a physical sample, a magical sample, and an eyewitness account of it. Which, of course, since you have Elliot can turn it into an accurate piece of artwork. Both of you did okay. Well, I say both of you did okay. Forok, you had a total of 6 skill checks to do. You succeeded all of them. And you critted 1. Sarah, you had 4 skill checks to do. You succeeded at 2 of them.
Yay!
You critted 0.
Yay!
You fumbled 1.
And take it if a fortune charm didn't go into effect in any of those.
No, the fortune charm was used actually on one of the checks, the one you nat 1'd.
Okay.
It came out as a nat 3.
Well, at least it was a complete fumble.
Which is good because there was a consequence for completely nat 1ing, but you avoided that. So that was how that went. And then you eventually came back afterwards, and you gave these results to Torin. Torin, you've been in your lab. You've been the doctor.
Yep.
Engineering-
I've been in my lab buffed to the 9 hells for probably about the past 6 days.
As you've been kind of working away, firstly, the first thing you discover is, oh god, you're wanting to have like a wet cloth around your mouth. This thing's releasing toxic gas. These samples are.
Oh joy!
It's decomposing, but Still, though, Torin is skilled enough that he avoids getting poisoned himself, or poisoning anyone else on the ship, for that matter, by letting it go through the vents. That's a risk. And as kind of Torin works away, he managed to get some information about this creature. 1, this creature has an incredible spell resistance to it, against most kinds of spells. There are some exceptions, though, which Torin manages to identify some of. I think we lost something.
Yeah, Bigby.
Baby.
That's a problem.
Yeah, his internet just died apparently. He dropped off of everything.
Well, I'm sure J-Muck's writing notes anyway. But
He's still on roll 20.
the roll only lags. So
I
Yeah.
know.
I assume J-Muck's been writing notes. At least some notes. Sounds like J-Muck. But 1, this creature is vulnerable to the spell Warp Wood. Is the first thing. Warp Wood being used on it will ignore its spell resistance and stagger the creature for 1 round.
That's really fucking useful.
Mm-hmm. Other than that, there is something else that can be used against it. Other than that, let's see. The creature is completely immune to acid. Actually, wait, no. Sorry, no. What was that? No, actually, that's wrong.
Not
immune to
I
acid.
hope not, seeing as you gave me acid bolts.
Good looking. No, that was. No, the creature is not immune to acid. It was immune to. What's it immune to? Okay, the creature is immune to cold and lightning. Resistance against cold and lightning. Resistance against cold and lightning. It has no vulnerabilities. The creature also has DR. It turns out, which happens to be DR magic law, DR magic law.
I'm not breaking
Is it
that
magic?
soon.
Is it magic and law or law?
Magic and law.
Oh shit!
You need magical law for weapons. Admittedly, most lawful weapons are magical, but there are exceptions to the rule.
Could he work out how much DR?
By Torin's guess, kind of looking at the bark here, he thinks it has a lot of DR. Actually, this thing has probably DR, either DR 10 or DR 15. He's not sure which.
I guess 15, just because it's a larger number.
Though Torin does think he knows a way to reduce its DR. He thinks. With an application of modified holy water, he thinks he can reduce its DR by 5 on any attack that's coated with it.
Not just feeding someone to it then. Nice little sacrifice. Make it plump.
But the modified holy water, the modification process isn't really an issue for Torin. Between with Torin and Jortes, the two of them can modify probably about 10 vials an hour each. It's not too bad.
Hey, y'all remember the that 15 vials of holy water we never used? Whoever has holy water in their inventory, give it to me now.
You can modify the blister bolt. You can cause poison blister bolts as well. Make them actually.
This is the plan.
How do you feel about 12 vials of it?
I feel very good about that.
And
I don't have.
And the cost is to augment these to actually work against the creature.
That brings me up to 20.
Torin thinks the price will cost 1 gold piece per vial. Not an issue.
No, what an expense.
Technically, in this economy, 3 gold pieces per vial, but still not a big issue.
Oh no! However, will we afford it?
Applying this to attack, it will last for 1 hit. You can apply it to your weapon as a swift action.
All right. I have a few items to craft.
Which sideline could pour over a bullet and dead shot with.
Actually, my plan was to make like 2 or 3 holy axiomatic bullets, but
That
then
would
I
also-
realized I can't. But then I realized I can't make axiomatic because, well, frankly, I'm not lawful.
You could possibly find someone who's lawful to make axiomatic bullets with
That's
it.
not a good idea.
That's certainly an option. Yeah, that's what you're saying. Because the problem is you're chaotic, right? That's what
I'm chaotic.
So, yeah, you can't make a lawful weapon because you're chaotic. Yeah. The other thing that so other than that, this creature will try to taint you and poison you, or if you're a spellcaster, try to spellblight you. Take that as you want, which is pretty bad. Being under the effects of protection from chaos and protection from evil, however, will protect you from its magical protect you both from its magical sickness and its spell blights. If you're under both, though.
What were the two?
Protection from chaos and protection from evil.
Chaos and evil, I thought so.
Well, throw them on Thorok.
Oh, good. A line weapon is only a 2nd level spell.
Not too bad.
So now we just need someone with magic siege weapon.
I mean, technically, it's still a weapon, so you can still use magic weapon on it, technically, I think.
I'm pretty sure there's specifically a spell
No.
for siege weapons.
No, it's not. It's just magic weapon.
Yeah, there's magic siege engine. That's
I
a
think
thing.
it probably has a longer duration or something.
Maybe.
The other thing that Torin would come up to looking at this, he has a feeling this creature has. This creature is not immune to sneak attack.
Aha!
It does, however, see in perfect darkness, including magical darkness.
So it's not immune to sneak attack.
Not immune to sneak attack. Torin's pretty sure it has an anatomy under there, which you can slowly try and take a guess at for your test to look at.
Good.
Yay! I can be useful. As long as we get within 30 feet, because I really don't want to be melee with this thing.
Now we're parachuting you on top of it.
Oh.
No.
Problem with range, though.
This thing has a lot of attacks, is the other thing. This thing has a lot of attacks.
You gotta stealth from it in order to get range sneak attacks, though.
No, we just need to pin it against the cliff.
Actually, Sideline can startle it, remember?
And yeah, startle.
Oh yeah, you can make it flat-footed, so... Never mind.
The tree by firing a bullet at it.
I don't know how that works, but
It won't
I
make
don't-
it
I don't
easier to
think-
hit,
it
but...
doesn't say it's a fear effect, so...
I mean, it's not even immune to fear, actually. It can be made afraid, just you don't think you're going to have anything strong enough to make it afraid.
I suppose that's true.
Ah, we needed that dragon I found.
The other... there is one other thing. It does actually have one vulnerability to it. Though it's a very uncommon. It's a vulnerability to sonic damage.
Oh!
Oh! Then I might just...
And any sonic spells automatically bypass its spell resistance.
Then I might have an idea.
Oh dear.
I'm probably... Oh, that's gonna be really expensive, but I could do it.
But yeah, that is the total thing you find out now. That's all the details.
I'm thinking I
if-
might...
If in case you're wondering what it counts as for the purpose of Bane, by the way, it counts as both an aberration and a plant.
Okay. My current plan is to make a bullet that is keen, axiomatic, and thundering.
To make sonic bullets.
Because I was times 4, and that would be 3d8 additional. We're not correct?
Wasn't Thundering D10?
I don't remember. Let me look.
Anyway, with that though, the group that is the kind of full recap of the downtime kind of overview from my end. If you guys now want to speak with each other about ideas, feel free. I'm going to quickly fill up a drink for myself. You can tell each other anything you know in character, any ideas you have.
Yeah,
I'll be back very soon.
Obviously, Jortes has been filling people in as best he can at the end of each day, so I'm not going to go into everything he has done, because it is a lot.
Yes.
So, anything you guys want to share?
Sonic damage is a bitch to get, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think there was a rogue talent that would have let me have done some Sonic instead of sneak attacking, but yeah.
Also, unfortunately, I don't get Warpwood.
Really? Not even for a
Yeah.
So it's a Druid spell.
Uh,
Actually, that's a good point.
wait.
I haven't checked Bloodlines.
Verdant Bloodline.
I'm pretty sure I won't get it.
What's this?
Workwood.
Through a
Yep.
bloodline.
Then again, all it does is stagger it for a round, so...
Stagger's really
If the
good.
stagger prevents it from full attacking.
Yeah, it's still quite nice.
That's the main reason you'd want to stagger it, to stop it from getting, like, its maybe 4 or 5 attacks.
Yeah, that's very true, actually. Which Thark would be appreciative of that.
And frankly, I don't want to have to startle shot it like 6 rounds in a row, because then I won't be doing any damage.
Yeah.
True.
That's a fair amount of damage potential we'll be missing out on.
True,
Yeah,
but
I
if we're
don't think
level
he'll be
10 by then,
damaging-
Thark will be full attacking it constantly. For
If
like
That is true.
6
Works
attacks.
if we're fighting this, Sarah's not going to be damaged. There's just no long range enough sonic spells. Nor do I have a way of getting any of me to be low.
Oh, do you have any spells that don't allow spell resistance?
A few, but they're also very weak.
Yeah, anything that doesn't have spell resistance, of course, works, because it can't resist that.
Weak spells that are practically guaranteed to do damage is better than powerful spells that it has a very good chance of resisting.
And my idea
thing
was
about-
more just buffs.
The other thing, by the way, is this thing probably AC is probably not the best. It probably just has a shit ton of hit points.
Yeah.
Like I can get Magic Siege Engine. I can also get Magic Siege Engine, the Siege Engine Greater.
Ooh, greater could be nice.
The Grater's going to be good.
I may want you to get Greater Magic Siege Engine, and then we can just grab a few 3rd level clerics to cast a line weapon.
Hell of Order would probably be okay for lending us some.
And of course, all the weapons on the airship will also be covered in acid.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And poison, apparently.
As has been, yep, there will be acidic and poisonous. which
And
is
holy
not-
water.
Cool. Wait,
I am-
question then.
Yes.
Thing isn't immune to poison, is it?
No.
Oh.
Oh god. God, if I manage to fucking drow poison it and put it to sleep again.
You might as well try.
I can tell you it's immune. I can tell you it's immune to sleep because it's a plant.
Oh.
Do you have your random poison dagger?
Yeah, it'll be awkward to use because it's the wrong size for me, but yeah, I will have it.
It's only a -2.
A minus
Yeah.
2 may make all the difference. But at least missing
Also, I'm
doesn't
pretty
waste
sure it
the
would count as
poison.
a. Also, I think it would count as a small short sword.
That's not how it works.
Nope.
I
It's-
know,
it's
but
the-
I'm
it's
trying
the
to get the
equivalent-
good things for him.
It's the equivalent. It's not. It's still inappropriate. The handle's the wrong size, etc.
Taboo.
That's the bigger difference. Is while it's the blade length might be very similar, the handle is still like too thick for a small size hand to comfortably hold properly.
Damn.
Oh, we won't need Magic Siege Engine. Magic Siege Engine is only for indirect fire weapons. Siege engines.
No, it's
Functions
not.
fire siege weapon. This spell acts as magic weapon.
Yeah, it says at the start, if it's indirect, it does blah 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 blah, and then the last line is, if used on a direct fire siege engine, it acts as magic weapon.
Yeah, which means that magic weapon works on direct fire siege engines. It doesn't work on indirect fire. We just need regular greater magic weapon.
If that's an option, then I have a better bloodline to go at least. I can get Greater Magic Weapon as a 3rd level spell instead of a 4th.
Yeah,
But-
okay. Yeah,
well,
no, I mean,
anyway.
the wording on it looks like it checks out.
But anyway, we can discuss all of this like between session and stuff, because I doubt we'll be chasing after it this session.
No, I feel like we might be level 10
We
before we
might.
actually start chasing it, so...
The point is you're preparing.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
But we have a wedding to prepare for first.
Yeah,
However-
wedding to attend.
If you wish, you may head towards the church. Well, the people like the great cathedral.
Oh yeah, one thing you didn't mention, Dark, was how much I have to pay for that wizard.
My apologies. I was too much in a rush to go get a drink.
That's fine. I just need to know how much the gold damage is.
Let me just have a look. Let me just go have a look for my notes again for that view.
Thank you.
Yeah, I guess I'll be playing... Well, actually, what's the range from Resilience Sphere? It's close.
You said you wanted it as a long range spell?
Yeah. So I need a 5th level wizard.
They'll charge you 400.
400.
You know, I think you can afford that.
Yeah, I can afford that.
300 gold pieces of spellcasting services and 100 gold pieces of it's going to be waiting around when it can do other stuff.
If you would like, Thork has more than enough money to actually help with that.
So does Tawny. He's got like 21 grand.
Yeah, I have 21 grand. Alright, if you want to split it. 50-50?
Sounds good to me.
Here we go. 200 gold down. You know, I don't like how that looked. I'm just gonna... There. I'm sorry, I had taken my the 200 from my reserve cash and it just left me at 2090 platinum. I was like, no, let's just make it a straight 2100.
That's actually a
And
point
took
I
it from
need
my
to deduct
took
some
10
of my
from my
gold.
primary.
I've been slowly paying someone back, so I need to reduce some of my gold.
So, as it stands, first thing that happens is very early in the morning, Gareth disappears.
Yep. Bye-bye.
Okay.
Because it turns out...
Yeah,
it turns out...
he would've-
Go ahead.
I was just saying, he would have told the group, you know, he has to be off early to basically get dressed up at Lord Eltine's to, you know, so he can go with him.
Mm.
Quite often because he's going to be going to meetings and stuff with
Yeah.
them. The rest of you have about, like, 3 hours. Pretty much. Or 3 hours before the wedding is supposed to take place. You immediately, for once, Gareth had a very long lay-in bed. Because the wedding isn't until, like, well, 5 p.m, it turns out. You're expected to be there at 4 p.m, so Gareth got sent off 3 hours before. So basically it's like 1 p.m. before when he leaves.
Mm-hmm. So if there's anything you want to do with him in the morning...
But otherwise, Team PC, what do you do beforehand? Is there anything you want to do, like prepare? Or...
Do we need to dress, like, formally for this, do you think?
No, it's literally a public... It's on public attendance. You can show up.
Okay,
guys
didn't think
don't
so.
have to. I have to, but you guys don't have to.
I mean, Gareth only has to dress... I mean, Gareth only has to be dressing nice because he's going to be representing alongside a lord. So...
Mm-hmm. Whereas you guys are mere plebeians.
There is a distinct difference, of course, which is... Turns out that Gareth is going to be, like, right up near the front.
Yeah. Thork can go and get a head start on, like, examining people that are going to be there.
Could.
I think, yeah, Sarah will probably do the same. Because it never hurts just to be a bit more prepared for the
I
risk.
really read
Yeah,
more
before you know, Gareth leaves, Soren's going to tell Jortes to find him at the party because I'm going to be, you know, having a few things prepared and hopefully
Wait,
Gareth will be in a position to respond fast enough to be able to help someone if they're injured. So
I will try, but I am expected to stay next to the Lord, like, the entire time. But I will try to find you.
Yes.
For being in the middle of the crowd, what conditions would I be under for being on lookout and stuff?
Well, being in the middle of the crowd is certainly an unfavorable position for that.
Yeah, I might know what effects I'm immune to a lot of effects that caused by urban environments and crowds and stuff like that. I just want to know which ones it would be.
Well, tell me what you are immune to is a good question.
Labyrinthine Cunning. As a Grand Marshal, you never become lost in urban terrain. You never take penalties to movement or poor visibility in urban terrain, even while temporarily blinded by crowds and stuff. Grand Marshal can also open and close doors as a swift action.
Okay, so with that, you can freely move through the crowd as if it wasn't there, which is a very useful skill. The only other person who has that ability with your entire kind of access pool is Alex, who can move through a crowd without being interrupted. But actually, in that case, the biggest penalty you're going to be taking is you're going to be taking a -8 to perception checks because oh god, there are so many people around.
So no, but I also have no penalties to poor visibility in urban terrain. Never takes penalties to movement or poor visibility in urban terrain.
Let me have a look at how that actually is worded.
It's basically worded. Yeah, you can take a look at it.
Because this is the crowd giving you the penalty, not the urban terrain giving you the penalty.
That is true. But it just says in urban terrain, not from urban terrain.
Technically, you would be correct.
Alright.
The best kind of correct.
Yes, you are. You don't take penalties for movement. You take penalties to movement for poor visibility.
Oh!
So just because you can't see any, like if there's like thick fog, so you can't walk properly because it's too thick. Yeah, that would apply. But that's no. You still take penalty to your perception. You don't take penalty to moving.
Okay.
Yeah, I honestly misread that as well. I thought it said penalties to movement or poor visibility.
That's true.
So you're still taking -8 perception check because oh god, there are so many people.
Okay.
That means I'm still useful. Yay!
I mean, Gareth would be in a crowd. Gareth would be up right by the front.
Mhm.
As is Thorok, because Thorok can be a spotter basically for sideline.
If you get out of the crowd, of course you don't have a perception check, but that means you can have a range increment penalty instead because you can be further away from everything.
Right, then
Because we're talking, you're going to be in a crowd of many hundreds of people watching this.
I can deal with range increments better than I can with crowd then. Because then, is there a building nearby I could sort of sit up in?
Sit up in, probably not. Climb to the roof of, maybe.
Yes, that's what I was more going for. But yes, I would do that then. And
Yeah,
could I bring Elliot with me?
You could bring Elliot with you.
Thank you, because
Elliot
he's the
with his
best spotter ever.
spyglass.
Yeah, I mean, Elliot's the second best at perception in the group, and with the spyglass, he's really good at it.
Yeah, that, and also he has the shoot that target buff that he can get.
That's also true. That's admittedly also true. He can tell you to shoot someone, and you get better hit.
Yes, that's why I like him. So I'll definitely do that.
It basically just requires a triangle of can you see the target? Can he see the target? Yes.
If at all possible, can I have Elliot sort of ready to message me as well?
That Elliot's
Or chain through Sarah to message me?
Sarah would have to be running message spells at long range to try and fulfill this. Because his own message spell won't reach anywhere near close enough. The crowd is just too big with several hundreds of people.
At least I don't have penalties for looking into the crowd, which is good.
I just want to make sure that as soon as someone is spotted that we need to get to, Thorok is ready to sprint to them. Speaking of which, Torin, do you mind if I borrow the stone with run?
Yeah, here, have the Wayfinder.
I have a Wayfinder of my own.
Well, no, it's just this is lodged firmly in my Wayfinder, so...
Okay.
And that's how it gives me the run feat.
Please note you can only have one Wayfinder on you.
Okay, so my second one's just going to be cancelled out then.
Mm-hmm. It's an important rule that you can only have one active Wayfinder, all others will shut down immediately.
Well.
Okay, turns out magic item, yeah, it's basically like magic item slot situation. If you have more than one, it's going to just shut one of them off randomly. So, and you don't get any control which one turns off.
Yay, bird.
But you can't have multiple ion stones, so you can just pull your ion stone out.
That's because they're slotless.
Yeah.
Ion stones are slotless, but Wayfinders are not slotless. Wayfinders take up the Wayfinder slot. A very unique slot.
Mm-hmm.
And
The cathedral itself, this cathedral in question is the oldest cathedral in the city. It's not the biggest cathedral anymore, but it's the oldest cathedral, making
It's
it a
pretty.
symbol more than anything. It is pretty, that is for sure. It is pretty, but it's old, and its architecture shows it. This
Do I
cathedral
remember
still
it?
holds remnants. You do indeed remember it, and it's changed a lot since then, but it still holds remnants of the original cathedral you saw. of this original stonework
cool.
still being here.
But I swear there used to be a wall here. Oh, wait, I blew that up last time I was here.
This cathedral has stood for millennia, and as a result, each additional change, there are things in it which don't even make sense to people nowadays, because it's part of, say, parts of the religion that have been lost or have been changed. The cathedral stands, regardless, as a testament and a memorial of the city and its strength. It is a powerful location, especially for such a important wedding to seal two families that have been in feud for so long. Have it here of all places is a very important symbol.
Probably why he was chosen to have it.
This, as you kind of arrive, the crowd, as said, was huge. Even several hours beforehand, the crowd is huge. People are excited for this. This is a really big deal. This is basically royal wedding kind of situation in the UK.
It's like when the latest console comes out and people are just queuing outside the doors from like a week beforehand.
It is quite the important situation, and between merchants, like there are merchants selling things about this. There are huge numbers of like guards around. There are journalists about rushing from here and there. Halfling and dwarves working together in these little caravans that are kind of moving around, selling alcohol. Hey, halflings make amazing bartenders.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't deny it.
And dwarves make amazing brewers. Also customers. They also make amazing customers.
Yeah.
2 for 1. This is an old environment and a very important one. So the first one to arrive here will actually end up being Gareth. Though.
Yay.
He arrives here basically like, he arrives here long before anyone else would be likely to at least arrive properly. The others might be here. They might have decided to go super early, but they will be far outside the building right now. And they can't get inside. As is pretty fair, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I will reveal for you a bit of map.
Ooh.
Turns out there is a map.
Bizarre.
And Gareth has basically been given a tour of the entire place, so I'm just going to reveal the entire freaking thing. Because, yeah, as you show up, dressed in your fine green and gold garb, carrying the banner, or presumably you're carrying the banner as you were told to.
Of course, he's a good boy.
And of course, it is a little bit awkward because you are like this is double your height.
Over double. It's like a half a foot taller than twice of me.
It's quite tall, and there is a breeze, and it's basically the wind is pushing on it.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a little bit awkward.
Fortunately, he's strong and dexterous.
It's more the strength that's needed, not
Yeah.
dexterity.
And I have remembered to remove the buff for this suit.
However, I will go ahead and click you over firstly to here.
Leak. North apartment stairs.
Can you see the entire thing?
Yes.
Yes. Had to
Yes,
zoom out
this-
a fair bit, but yes.
This is the location which Gareth is scouting out with the Lord. Well, not so much scouting with the Lord. The Lord is kind of going around and he's talking to a pair of individuals who Gareth has no idea who they are. They seem nobly. They have like their own colours.
Mm-hmm.
The colours being precise being one of the nobles you're walking with, his colours is pink and black. Yes. The other one's colours are yellow and black.
So
No,
pink
gold
and
and black,
and
yellow and
yellow
black.
and black.
Basically. And they just seem to be like in casual conversation as Gareth's kind of just leading along, carrying the banner, being representative.
Yep. He'll dutifully carry it along and do what's required of him while trying to, just mentally map the place, see what's around.
You can do so as you kind of go about. Gareth does not see anything immediately suspicious he goes around. Nothing that's like a clear trap or something like that, or like a weapon stashed anywhere.
Yeah, he'd be quite worried if he's walking around and suddenly his trap sense just goes off.
I mean, his trap sense does go off, but he realizes it's not in the same way you think it does.
It's just like wards and stuff.
Yeah, there's like wards about, or like, oh, I shouldn't go into the basement. They've protected the basement.
Okay.
That's pretty fair, I suppose.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's still, that does not seem relevant to your assassination case here.
Unless they
We're
come
getting
from
told about a
basement.
tower, not a basement.
A basement is a tower that goes down.
Maybe. Please remember that Gareth could not have heroism currently, could not have Tears to Wine currently running.
No, he doesn't.
As you kind of wander about. But you can give me a perception check if you search around, if you want.
He will do. He still doesn't have any of his equipment, so it's just still one of them. 37.
You would have been able, if you want, to bring along a sidearm as kind of like protection with you.
Yeah. Would he be able to get a short sword? Yeah,
That's what you wanted to do.
He'll bring a short sword.
Because, you're his squire assistant. You having like a blade at your side, I mean, he was a knight, that's fine.
I suppose bringing two would be too much to ask for, so we'll just have one.
Mm-hmm. You can bring one along. If you want to, you can try hiding a dagger on you.
Nah, he'll be good.
Yeah, it's supposed what you brought is only supposed to be for show.
Yeah.
But, worst case scenario, you want to defend your lord a bit. Not that he needs defending.
No, he really doesn't. I mean, I presume he's not in his full armor at the moment, but he really doesn't need defending.
He is not in full armor at the moment. He is dressed primarily in his courtly colours.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
Though Gareth does know he has some light armor under it.
Hey, Dark.
Yes.
Elliot and Rylan are going to this party too, right?
Well, Elliot's being spotter. Rylan, maybe. I mean, he's not that caring about it, but he can.
I was just thinking,
Wouldn't be like a sniper on the roof as well?
if the two of them are going, then I can have them both have heightened awareness too, because I can have a total of 6 of those with the
Wait,
4
what was
prepared and the 2
I
borrow
didn't
beads.
hear what you said there, sorry. I lagged out.
I said I technically can have up to 6 heightened awareness prepared due to my 2 borrow beads. So I'm trying to figure out who gets the other 2 heightened awareness, because it's either Elliot and Alex or Elliot and Rylan.
Well, like we said, Elliot's going to be staying with Sideline to act as spotter.
Yeah, but the faster Elliot can act, the faster he can give Sideline a bonus.
Honestly,
Don't forget, heightened awareness also affects perception.
Yep.
the whole point, heightened awareness is probably not the most needed thing for Rylan to get.
But Elliot, yes.
For Elliot, it would make sense, but for Rylan, his perception checks can be terrible. That the bonus there will be kind of irrelevant, and the bonus initiative, he's got a decent initiative already. Not really the biggest issue. Okay. Yeah, as you kind of wander around, though, Gareth, he doesn't see anything that's immediately suspicious as he kind of goes around. He doesn't, none of the people he talks to are like, that person is clearly mind controlled.
Good. That's good. In a way.
There's nothing that you see, because you're suspicious of this stuff, so it's fair.
Mm-hmm.
You don't see anything that's any immediate signs. You don't see anyone trying to sneak around, carrying weapons.
I mean, I presume there's other people carrying weapons, there's just none being particularly sneaky about it.
There is nobody around who you think that person is clearly an assassin.
Mm-hmm.
There are people around, the other lords and stuff, have weapons on them. But, as I said, it's kind of they have, a token amount of weaponry on them. The only people who are actually heavily armed around are the guards.
Which is good. Unless the guards have been bought off.
And there are a lot of guards. Oh boy, you think this place has got some very tight security on it. You would guess to sneak past the guards and get in, you would need to be at least rolling 35s on your stealth checks.
I can technically do that.
It's not easy though, is the point. Like sneaking into this would be no easy task.
I'd have
I just
to
say
roll at least a 14, 15.
And I did see at least. I did be kind of getting past the guys at the guard place, not the guys on patrol.
Mm-hmm.
So. Still, though, as you kind of go around, it's possible Gareth could try to listen in for rumors if that's something he's interested for.
Sure, he might as well.
As you're kind of like moving between different social circles and crowds, you're not really saying anything, but you can hear things.
And he is very good at hearing.
Mm-hmm.
He hears secret doors.
How about then you go ahead and give me a You go ahead and give me 2d6.
2d6. Ha ha ha.
Snake
Fuck
eye.
you, roll 20.
Ooh, snake eyes. That is alright. Alright. As Gareth kind of goes around, one of the situations he runs across is a very interesting circumstance, which is as he's kind of walking past the cemetery in the center,
Mm-hmm.
he kind of looks in, and there's someone you recognize in the cemetery.
No.
It has Blana, the High Judge.
Oh, okay.
She's currently dressed, and she's dressed rather different from many other people. So she doesn't have like courtly colors or anything. She's not like anything like that. But she's not dressed in her like I go around in casual attire because I don't care what you think, like she normally does. She's dressed right now in a lot of black. Seemingly looking at one of the tall gravestones that are here. That, due to your amazing perception, you can read at this long distance. It's her, well, it's her widow husband.
Mm. The one that had died before and been revived, and is now presumably dead again.
Mm-hmm.
No, she was the one who died and was revived.
Yeah, she
right,
died and got revived,
right.
but her husband has flatly been dead for a very long time now.
Right.
And there is a very awkward situation you realise for her on this.
Mm.
This is on the anniversary of his death.
Oh god, they really pick these dates, don't they?
This is important, though.
Mm.
She may be tied to what Escorn's planning.
Bloody Veil.
Yeah, possibly.
Could be the Bloody Veil.
I
Be
don't
sure to
think so.
inform. Oh,
However, that is what your rumor is, essentially. Not so much you hear
Yeah.
anything, but you see something unusual.
Yeah. When Altine's not busy with someone, Jess will be a bit excited and be like, "Hey, look, it's the magistrate. Hey, that's cool." And then just like silence again, give her privacy. He's not going to try and bug to go over to talk to her or anything.
Lord Altine will smile a little bit and gently pat you on the head a little.
Pat, pat. He gets a lot of head pats.
He'll lightly encourage you, but it's kind of don't stare too much.
Yeah. No, he won't. He's made a note that she's here, and now she's going to get her privacy, at least from him.
Yeah, you and the lot though. Yeah, you get a nice kind of look around. You also get to see the groom beforehand.
It's him. He's the murderer. Maybe
The
not.
groom is a bit of an interesting individual. Yes, I have to use the word interesting to describe him.
Interesting.
He has a kind of reddish dark hair, gold eyes, a very pronounced chin, hand. There is the thing that comes up most kind of striking to you, though, is, well, he is. Well, the first thing that comes to, I guess, Gareth's mind might be uncivilized,
Oh god.
as he would also be the leader of one of the more tribal villages as well.
Oh.
Well, actually, more besides the son, but he's effectively going to be the leader with his father's age.
Cool. Jortes likes him.
So, the kind of tribal thing, well, that's more kind of seen in his attire. Also, by the way, the amazing six-pack he has. Well, it's things you'd certainly notice.
Mm-hmm. No, I like him.
You also notice something rather interesting about his attire, which he has a few features that are, in his clothing, that are distinctly more elven than they are human.
Okay, so he's from an elven tribe, maybe.
It's interesting. At least there's a lot of elven influence in him. And of course, he's also dressed in, he also has, golden bands and jewelry and...
Mm-hmm. If at any point he looks over towards Jortes, he'll give him, a shy little wave.
You do indeed kind of have a look kind of briefly past at you, but you're mostly kind of ignored, unless you start doing something like trying to wander around, explore the room.
No, shy little wave, then keep following.
There's a conversation with him for a while. Seemingly, Lord Altine knows his father.
Conveniently. Was it from his adventuring days?
Mm-hmm.
Very good.
Apparently his father and Lord Altine slew a giant sandworm together. By giant sandworm, we're talking gargantuan sandworm, but
I'm still working up to that one. Start with the diminutive worms and just work your way up.
A diminutive worm is just a really big earthworm.
Yeah. Yeah. That's where your level 1 start out.
Yeah, that's basically a 7-inch sandworm.
Mm-hmm.
George has worm. It'd be Gareth Wormbane. That's Gareth's official last name. He'll make it true. Anyway, with that though, your kind of exploration kind of comes to a lesser as you are brought to the very back of the location to kind of look down a little bit on a balcony bit towards where the altar is going to be. Standing tall and in reception to the situation.
This is a bit closer than I was initially planning, but, it'll work.
As you can see, I moved a token on there.
Mm-hmm. Yes, Gareth has his own token now.
I very quickly drew it up with my RPG Maker stuff.
Mm-hmm. As you can see, he looks very different to Jortes.
Oh, yeah.
Also, even though you can't see it well on Lord Altine's cheek there, but you can also see part of his campus tattoo, partially covered by his beard. It's the first time you've also seen his appearance.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Still super strong for an old man.
Don't let his age fool you.
He was an adventurer. He gained ability score bonuses.
Mm-hmm. I'm pretty sure he's still stronger than anyone in the party.
You would have rated him at... He currently has 20 years. We're unbuffed, 20 strength right now, and 18 dex.
Mm-hmm.
And he's old, aged.
I mean, in a campaign like this, if you're named, you're probably stronger than the party at the moment.
Not really. There are many named people who aren't stronger than you.
Yeah, we've killed them.
If they're not a child.
There are many non-children who are also named who are still stronger than you. They're not stronger than you.
Yeah, we killed them.
I mean,
no, not true. I was just kind of thinking of Sarah's cousin, the cursing one. What's his name?
There's also Fiat, who was your guide here.
Mm-hmm.
Who Tinder is still getting.
And there's half the people at White Marsh of any import.
And Garmona
Yeah, but they were
is
stronger than us at the beginning.
And what? At first level, a lot of people, the majority of the population is stronger than you.
Exactly. Exactly. It's at the time that they're introduced. They're generally going to be stronger than this.
But now, like, a lot of the people that I've introduced to, like, Tinder, no, they're a lot weaker than him.
Apart from this guy.
This guy was a high-level adventurer.
Yeah, we're talking... I know for a fact he was at least level 16. At least.
I mean, basically, he went through his entire quest art and beat the final boss.
Mm-hmm.
And then retired. Because, that's how things go. There's also this lovely old guy who Gareth had briefly got to see.
He looks like Minsk.
Kind of.
Torn also knows who this person is.
Mm-hmm.
Torn met him. He will be running the ceremony. He will be our priest for this evening.
It was him. He's the murderer.
Clearly.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if he is, at least I'm fairly sure he has a scroll of breath of life on him, so if we could just murder him, take the scroll, and...
So, we'll still maneuver it. Still maneuver it as well. With that, though, for the rest of you who kind of, a while later, kind of start arriving outside, and like with the huge crowds and like the cathedral main area, I'm going to move the tokens up to the top. I'm also going to go ahead and move this guy out here, who is the husband in question, who you saw. Yeah, when I said you'd be close during the wedding, I meant you'd be close during the wedding.
It's for a really wide moment then, because it was zoomed so far out, it really looked like Garmona.
No. Just the color palette is similar.
Yeah, but it's because I was so far out, that was pretty much all I could pick up.
But you see, Gareth is pretty close to the ceremony.
Yeah.
I mean, he's within like 15, 20 feet of these people.
He could sneak attack them.
He could. And as it, if you were an assassin, this would be a great time to reveal your evil plan.
Mm-hmm.
It turns out that not many people are allowed back there. There is someone else allowed back here. The judge, for example, the general, for example, back there with you.
Mm-hmm. Which, again, Jortus gets very excited and is like, hey, look, it's the judge as well. This is awesome.
Mm-hmm. And then outside from the council, there's also like a few other people who are like, pretty big people, like some pretty big merchants, or like some other tribal people, but also like some very rich people, like clear nobles about and other stuff, kind of back there with you. But let's be honest, they're completely irrelevant.
Oh yeah, unless they're gonna get in my way, then they're irrelevant.
They might get in your way if you start attacking things, but for now, their tokens aren't needed. For the rest of the party, though, you are currently outside the cathedral right now, in kind of the huge crowd for most of you. Sideline, you're on top of a tall building.
I'm trying to debate whether I actually want to be in there, because I thought this was going to be like a courtyard wedding, but...
Well, not completely. You can have basically... You can essentially try to have you could be on the building basically right in front of the front door, and basically like just look down that way through your scope.
I'm thinking I kind of want to be in the crowd now.
You could be in the crowd if you'd rather.
I think I'd rather be in the crowd. I'll just tie a little string around Elliot, so I can yank him to the crowd as I just walk through it.
It turns out though the ceremony is going to be occurring like partially on the ground. If like a reception will kind of go through like the courtyard and everything, but then it's going to be coming inside for the main wedding. You guys don't currently have the ability to like be inside as part of it, but you might be able to. By the way, this red line here, basically kind of if you're behind this on like this side, on like behind the line, that's kind of like oh, you've been allowed to like have a look, but you're not allowed to cross that because you're not allowed. So it's like a little what's it called? Like a little rope across it.
A velvet rope.
Basically, no crossing. Gareth's back in the main area back here.
Yeah. He's looking really chuffed with himself.
Though, admittedly, if Gareth moved more than 20 feet away from Lord Eltine, he might be in trouble.
Oh yeah, no, he's sticking quite close at the moment.
So you do, luckily, you have an easier time with the banner because you can kind of just subtly lean it against something.
Mm-hmm.
Now, so it's like, okay, that's easy.
That's one end on the floor, lets the other bit lean on his shoulder. There we go.
Since you're not having to move around and there's no real like kind of big breeze in here, it's pretty easy to kind of just hold the banner
Mm-hmm.
and kind of be authoritative. There's a few other people's banners who are also held in here. Though the biggest banners in here are clearly held by the bride and groom's families. As expected, right?
Of course.
Yeah, they're the important ones.
But you know what they say, it's not how big it is, it's how you use it.
I'm
I
sure
mean, you
you
could-
have to tell that to all the ladies.
I mean, you could try. In case of emergency, you could try to use that. You could try to use the banner as a long spear.
Oh, I was planning to. I was already thinking, what would it count as?
Like you could try to use it as like a long spear. It's too big for it to be a quarterstaff for you.
Oh yeah.
I
But you
fight
got-
step and sneak attack the groom.
I just stab him with my banner.
Yeah. Right now, all of you guys are outside the main area. What do you do?
Yeah. Soren kind of wants to, try and get inside, preferably, like, as close to this area as possible. Because he wants to try and, get in an area with the best response time as he can to what he believes is the target.
Okay, so your main focus is to just get in there and not do anything out in the crowd.
Thorax is similar, except he wants to stick more like with the rest of the rabble to
Most-
sort of keep an eye on them.
Yeah, most of the rabble is, of course, outside at the moment. Actually, all of it. They haven't poured inside yet.
Yeah, specifically like the rabble that is close to the groom, like that might have a good shot at getting to either of the two.
Sure.
Um,
Getting to either of the two. Groom is mostly inside right now, and you know the bride isn't here yet. The bride will be arriving by carriage at the start. So right now, it seems like both of them are safe at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
Unless someone on the inside is the one planning to assassinate. Then again, you were told the exact time to be 5 p.m., so you've got about an hour, it seems like.
Oh, we've got an hour. Is it possible for Torn to see the High Judge?
You can't see the High Judge out from the courtyard.
Okay.
You can see the captain of the guard is kind of surrounded by his entourage. And is seemingly managing security. Which I said, the security's pretty tight. Security's pretty tight.
Not tight enough.
You know, it may be a case if we don't have to do anything, they'll just catch it themselves.
If they could catch it themselves, we wouldn't be here.
I mean, admittedly, one of you also did alert the High Enforcer.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
If they could catch it themselves, we wouldn't be here.
I mean, you alerting them might have been enough for all you know, right?
Yeah. Remember, Escorn, a big part of what Escorn's doing right now is relying on the fact that no one knows what he is.
No one knows. Most people don't even know he exists properly.
Question. Exactly.
Yes,
You can't defend against something you don't
What
know
happened to the High
exists.
Judge? Where is she?
she's not here at the moment. Not out in the main courtyard. She's inside.
Okay, she's like in the grave area,
Yep.
the cemetery. All right.
Meaning you have no way to see her from the outside.
Mm.
You guys don't know she's in there either.
That's true.
Because
I'm just thinking about that.
you guys have no way to know. They will move her up there because that is fair. Yeah, she's in the cemetery right now. Depends, like, what do you want to do out to prepare out in the courtyard? Is there anything in particular you want to do to prepare out there? Certainly, a option is to like grease the guards and try to like. Can we get like an inside seat, please? I know we're not on the list, but
Well, yeah, that sounds like a good idea, because like I said, Torn wants to be as close to the potential targets as physically possible. Faster response time he has, the better chance he has to save someone.
Sure. What do you want to, where exactly do you want to be then for that?
Basically as close to the groom as I
Well-
can reasonably be.
Firstly, north or south side?
North side,
Okay.
because that's the side the groom's on.
You are going to be approached by a, you're going to approach a, set of guards then, and you're going to have to try and find some way to convince them to let you in. Do the power of convincing, or the power of bribery, whatever your choice is. It's supposed to be pretty exclusive who's on the actual inside. Who knows?
Well, you see, I know a few people who are part of the council. I'm also, a fairly important adventurer myself, and here traveling with nobility, no less. And, I frankly believe that I deserve, something of a closer seat, regardless of whatever price I must pay for such. And, how some of these things go.
Flashy badge?
Yep, that's kind of part of the whole deal. Thorn's in his full courtier's outfit, and that is part of it.
Well, your badge, unfortunately, down here is just not recognized.
No, but it is still nice and flashy.
Still completely not recognized, though, but Still, though, Torrent is free to roll a diplomacy check to try and be convinced to get in. You may choose to bribe the guard, 200 gold pieces per +1.
200 gold per +1?
Mm-hmm. You can basically buy the check if you spend enough money, but...
Yeah, is there a limit on that?
No, you can keep pouring money in.
I'm quite tempted to just spend 1,000 for the +5.
But basically, you're basically giving money to the guard. If you give the money enough, if you give the guard enough money, sure, he'll let you in.
I just came into a lot of damn money, and I'm expecting more by the end of this. Sure, let's go for 1,000 gold.
Sure. You can roll diplomacy check at +5 then to try and convince.
Really hoping that would be the auto succeed threshold, but oh well.
Well, I don't know what your bonus is off the top of my head, so...
Currently with that +5, +24.
Go ahead and roll.
It's not bad.
Oh wow, 36.
That is enough that, despite this being something that could get him in serious trouble, you seem okay. I can't let you bring all your weapons in. Like, you can still have some, but I can't have you just armed to the teeth. Wouldn't really be right.
Can I at least keep my halberd or bastard sword? I need one of the two as part of my attire.
You can keep one primary weapon. You may attempt to hide secondaries, but you may have one primary weapon you can keep for free.
Yes, hide the halberd.
Because basically,
I can tell you, Torn's sleight of hand is not good enough against these guards. He knows that he's not going to attempt to hide, but he will ask if he can keep a silver dagger on him as well for emergency.
Sir, you'll be safe and secure. Do not worry. You don't need.
As someone with a long adventuring career, it always pays to have a silver dagger on hand.
There is going to be no threats of demons here, sir.
Demons, undead, I have no idea. I'm a foreign here. I'm frankly quite scared, even with all the security. The security is making me even more nervous, to be honest.
It's a wedding, sir. You do not need to be armed with a dagger. In addition to that.
Yes, well, a wedding is how the Blood Princess Carmilla happened as well. Forgive me for being, cautious.
The who?
Someone from up north, extremely powerful woman, died, during her wedding, caused a lot of curses and cursed artifacts to happen.
I'm sorry, but this is irrelevant to the current situation. Hand
Fine.
it over. Also, by the way, I put down on the map, well, your hired mage Torin,
Cool.
since you can find them in the crowd. They exist.
They have
Excellent.
nice hair.
Yeah, so he does. She does.
But with that, though, you can be allowed in. Torin also, as a result, probably sees has been in the cemetery, though he isn't able to approach. You can see her in there.
Hmm.
You would still have Sarah's message running. And something that Torin could do also is there are windows here. If he stands near these windows, he's still in range of being expelled right now by Sarah. At the moment. That's the thing.
Yeah, I mean, I'm probably going to organize to get a message spell put on me and then, work my way that way as much as I can.
The point is you can refresh, you can kind of go there to refresh your message spell.
Yeah. So about how close to the groom can I get just going in this direction? Trying to work my way over.
That kind of depends how good you are at, like, basically in the kind of getting through the crowd. You're not really an expert on moving through crowds, and there are people here who don't really... Try needs to be a little bit careful not to, like, upset any nobles as he kind of moves through. Some people pay some pretty good spot. How's his nobility check?
My nobility check's pretty good. Let's see, I have that running, and I get to roll twice for this. Because I prepared that extract today. I'll take the 31.
Alright. Where do you want to be?
Preferably like right over here.
Sure. Want to be on the balcony above it, or on that one just there? On the ground floor?
I'm thinking the balcony, because then I can just jump off if I need to.
Sure, you can be on the balcony above it.
I knew you'd pick
also
the
gives you a much
balcony
better sight.
purely for the reason to jump off.
We'll go ahead and put you over here, and I'm going to go ahead and mark you with the wings. That's saying you're currently upstairs right now.
Alright.
You're currently on the second floor. You can kind of looking down. Because this room is big. This is a really big room.
Being bigger.
Oh, you have seen bigger. I mean, you were just in a location that had a dragon in it.
Mm-hmm. 2 in the same building.
Mm-hmm. And remember that area where the green dragon was the huge green dragon was researching?
Mm-hmm.
It was tall enough the dragon could have reasonably flown up into the air.
Mm-hmm.
Big enough. It was a big room. Anyway,
You'll seem bigger.
for the rest of you outside, though, what do you do?
I would like to get a sight picture of basically if the front door is the front door going to be open during the ceremony.
Yes.
I'd like to get a sight picture through this way.
So you just kind of try to go by, kind of push yourself to the very front of the crowd, like up to the right, basically up to the
No,
right.
no, no, no. I'm
the-
talking like I'm in the building, and if I'm going to shoot, I can shoot from my building through the front
Okay.
door into there.
So there is like an apartment building opposite this. So you're
Yep.
basically just gonna like either go up into one of the abandoned apartments or go onto the roof and just kind of like lay down.
Yep.
Luckily,
Great.
you're in a desert environment. The roofs are flat.
Yep.
You can just lay down.
No, security here is terrible. I'd have a guard up on top of that building.
Oh, there are.
There are. Silent says, "Oh, hey," then lays down.
Silent won't be able to just say hey and lay down, but he could probably sneak past. Probably.
I mean, I only have a stealth of +10.
Still not the worst stealth in the world.
And there's less guards up there than in the chapel.
There are far less guards, which is a state point.
Uh,
You could alternatively, you could bribe them as well. Like, hey, I want a really good view. This seems like a good view.
Ignore that I'm getting my rifle out. It just gives me a better view.
I mean, yeah. If someone the problem if someone
Pathfinder
sees you,
doesn't look like he's carrying a rifle. He carries it in an extra dimensional space.
the point is, if anyone sees you laying down there with a rifle, they're going to immediately attack you.
Yes.
You're putting a rifle right down the chip, right down to the altar.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, you could to get up there though, and then you're gonna, it's not
I'm
gonna be easy.
gonna just. I don't want to stealth up there. I want a diplomacy.
I mean, you can diplomacy, which your diplomacy can be a bribe, if you wish.
Yeah, but I only have a +6 diplomacy. Screw it. It's going on.
I mean, that's the whole point of bribe, right? You can just spend money to try and get through.
Mm-hmm. And I want to save my nanite surge for emergency rolls. So
Nanite bribe.
I could nanite bribe, but I'm not going to. Let's.
I mean, actually, you might as well just nanite diplomacy instead of nanite bribing. But
Yeah.
If I may say something, they're probably not going to be as difficult to convince as it was for Torn to get inside.
So a +5. 1,000 gold. Yeah, I'm okay with that. I did just get
And yourself
3,000,
up
so
just
1,000.
over 10.
I'm gonna go with +5.
sure. May roll with a +5 bonus then, and we'll see how the guard responds to you trying to bribe him.
Just punches you in the face.
I mean, if he rolls low enough, that's potentially an option.
And I'm assuming my plus to screw it.
Wow.
That looks like face punching territory, if I may say so.
They're probably just indifferent to him, not hostile.
Yeah.
Well,
So it's not too dangerous, honestly. So they're probably not going to get in trouble if they let him go up there.
I'm a craftsman. What the fuck am I gonna do?
So it's probably not the worst anyway.
I mean, if you're really wondering, I do get a +2 diplo versus all craftsmen or women.
he is not a craftsman or woman, I'm
I
afraid.
didn't think that. I didn't think so.
Hey, being a guard is a craft in its own right.
It is.
He,
I have a long history in guarding.
well, the guard basically puts forward this to you, that with that bribe, he's going to pretend you didn't just try to bribe him,
I can accept that.
and it's not going to arrest you on the spot, and don't get up here.
Okay.
If you had rolled one lower, he would have tried arresting you on the spot for trying to bribe a guard.
I'm guessing he's keeping the bribe then.
He's
Yes.
keeping the bribe.
That's.
It's
I pat him on
evidence.
I pat him on the shoulder. There. It's
It's-
okay. You can keep the money.
It's evidence, quote unquote.
Yeah, it's okay.
Dark.
Yes.
Something I forgot to think about, because I'm not used to, organizing other people anymore. Would I have rolled high enough on my checks to have allowed my +1 to come with me?
Allowed your +1 to come with you?
Yeah, the mage.
Well, you didn't explicitly try that. I could allow you, if you want to say, drop another 1,000 gold on this. That you can have a +1.
Sure.
Question is, do we want the mage outside or inside? Because we don't know.
I
where
kind
exactly
of
things are going to
want
happen.
her inside, because then she has a direct line to, the area where we're pretty sure death is going to happen.
I can do with outside.
Yeah, Sarah's
Okay.
got the outside, I've got the inside.
Sure, you want
This is starting to sound like a Fig Newton.
Sure, you spend an extra 1,000 gold, she'll come in with you and join you on the balcony. You have a date.
Oh my! Gareth sees this and smirks.
Because most certainly, well, Torrent can't, Torrent, he's familiar with that good enough, because, from Gareth from now, that even though he probably doesn't recognize him on sight, kind of just searching around, you would eventually, oh, that's the banner I got told about. There's the little kid.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
I-
holy
I
shit,
did-
that's a lot of gold.
I did specifically tell them his entire uniform and the banner.
It's because green and
Green and gold.
green and gold are the two main colors. And I've always Gareth's dressed very smartly. He's basically dressed like a very nicely dressed squire. Though a particularly young squire, since squires don't typically are not typically that young.
As you know, I'm 6.
6 or 7, something like that range. Yeah, generally squires would be like, oh, they're like 9 or 10, but
I'm just particularly skilled for my age.
it's not actually unheard of. If nothing else, you're a servant's hand. So, yeah, there are people kind of pouring in at this point for sideline. Well, not sideline, for Torin and I suppose for sideline, because I'm also kind of trying to have a look inside though, but he's kind of having it harder. On the bright side, you can move through the crowd up to the very front of the crowd without issue. So you can basically stand at the velvet railing if you want to.
Yeah, sure.
So you can still see inside, you're just not on top of a building seeing inside.
If I can just get to like right here, if I can just like sort of lean on this pillar, that'd be nice.
Not really, because you can't really get into the building. You'll be like here.
Yeah, you're at the main door.
Yeah, okay.
Well, you're basically like you're 20 feet that way. But the point is you can like see right down the center.
Okay. Here, I'll just lean on some pillar that's outside.
Good question, though.
That pillar is a dwarf.
How quickly can you get your gun out?
I always take. I can get it out as a free action, and I always act on surprise rounds.
Okay, good to know.
Yeah, he basically draws out as part of initiative checks. So.
Yeah, I know. You know the scene in Full Metal Alchemist when Ed pulls a spear on the Fuhrer Bradley? He's like, wait, when did he try his sword?
Yes, I made sure that sideline can do that. And
that is pretty much the right situation. You draw the sword before anyone even blinks.
Yeah, I can draw my gun and put it away before anyone else can act.
Do you have something that actually says you sheath weapons quickly?
Yes.
Okay.
I actually have the quick draw feat, so.
Not everyone can necessarily put their weapons away that quickly, but okay.
Extra dimensional space as well, which is, I got that too.
All right. Where is so what is Sarah and Fork kind of wanting to do while they're kind of outside in the main crowd right now, the main commotion of people starting to move in to take the spots?
Let's see. Where do you think someone who would try to get in here from the crowd would go?
There aren't that many spots, like to just kind of get in.
Or at the very least, see more suspicious people, because Thorok's going to basically be watching the crowds and watching the people in the crowds to see those that might have a bit more malicious intent for their reasoning to be here.
That's a sense motive check.
Also, Sarah's gonna be using detect anxiety, so if she can, she's gotta try and duck away, cast that, and use it to basically help Fork.
Well, I can tell you there are anxious people about. A lot of anxious people. And kind of looking through the anxieties range. This person's just anxious because they don't know if they can afford dinner tonight.
Oh.
There's a large group of people. There are large groups of people who are kind of anxious. Like, I hope this wedding goes well because otherwise there could be like another like feud. And the feud's really bad for business for everyone.
True.
All right. What would the CR of the crowd be then?
The CR of the crowd, not that high. The CR of the crowd probably ranges that CR 5.
Well, I beat 5.
Because it officially tells me to take the average, which would be, I mean, there's like 1s, 2s, and 3s, but there's also 4s, 5s, and 6s.
There's a 20 in there. Yeah, and even if there's a 20 in there, it's going to be drugged down by all the much lower ones.
Yeah, the big thing is most of the crowd is very low level, and the guards kind of bring it back up again, so its average is about 5.
All right then. So the sense motive check is getting my explosion.
The crowd. So Sideline is probably standing right next to a pair of guards.
So.
All right. And Dark, if this general sense motive turns up anyone suspicious, and because I have Torrent's focus scrutiny, because then I will focus on them.
Okay.
So. Oh, I rolled a 4. Still, that's a 35.
I rolled a 4. 35.
That's enough to get 100
Oh, it's far more enough to get a hunch.
into a 45.
Scanning through the crowd, you don't see anything that's kind of a red alert flag goes off to you, though you do see some people that seem to have less than populous reasons for being here. Maybe besides, you see kind of a group who are currently kind of further to the back right now, who, to your kind of mind, you have a feeling they're here to stir up trouble. They're not here to kill anyone, they're here to stir up trouble. Decently big group as well. From the general postures, before I could take a guess, they probably belong to a gang. Though Fork is not familiar enough with gangs to try to identify further.
Mm-hmm.
We all have message spells on us right now, right?
Yep.
Everyone but Jortes would have a message spell running on them. There is no way you get a message spell to Jortes because Sarah would have to be inside to see him.
Yep.
All right then. Well, I'm going to keep this up throughout. So, ready to act on the telling everyone and probably also informing the guards about.
Though technically, though, if Torin would like, Torin.
I can hear.
If Torin would like, on that kind of previous job, if I can actually big you do have Saga with you. If you wanted, and you were willing to kind of drop a little extra money her way, she'd be willing, if you kind of wanted, she could cast her own message spell in here and allow it to chain off of you.
Oh, that's not a bad idea.
Because then you could basically chain Gareth into it using that.
Yeah, sure. I don't see why not.
Yeah, she's not asking too much. Like maybe an extra 100 gold her way. Like she's charging a decent bit, but there's a lot she'd be doing per time right now. And she's at a slight risk that the guards, maybe probably get a little bit agitated with her casting, but she'll deal with that. She'll deal with that.
The only reason I'm willing to pay 100 gold for this is because of the current economy. But fine.
I mean, in normal economy, that would be 33 gold. That's far more reasonable. The biggest reason, essentially, in the case of if the guards don't like her and she ends up being hauled away from here, the message board just continues running in the background anyway. But,
but then there goes the Featherfall, which she was explicitly paid for.
Yeah, she'll try not to, and she seems decently good at hiding her casting. Actually, she's pretty good at casting subtly. So.
Oh, good.
But security, right? It's insurance. She can pay her. If nothing else, so she can bribe a guard herself to let her go. So, Gareth, you suddenly have a little tingle in the back of your head.
Oh dear, what have you guys done?
Possibly followed by Torin's whispers.
Robot says sup.
Why are you in my head now? Oh yeah, the message, yeah.
Gareth, I'm inside of your head!
You know how you've often warned me about being in your head? Yeah, same warning to you.
Gareth whispers under his breath.
Mm-hmm.
I'll have you know the message spell doesn't actually function as messaging in the brain. It's actually just quiet noise. Surprised you're not going deaf from this, Jortes.
Meanwhile, though, going back to Bigby, you wanted to alert the guards of this.
Yeah, I think sort of just an anonymous tip of I believe there may be a gang thinking about starting up trouble.
Want me to do it?
With them, and points to the sort of subtly points in their direction.
Well, it's that would have been pretty difficult for Fork normally to do.
Mhm.
You know, like, the guards are not really like, who are you? You're some random, like, dwarf.
Aye.
Except just by random chance, it turns out the guard in question you happen to run across kind of looks at you and blinks slightly. It's a rather pale guard, actually. A dwarf himself.
Well then. Very nice. Hey, brother.
Oh, nice.
Are you
It's a
from the-
fellow mage, Bay.
I
Oh, dear.
rolled a fortune dice early. I rolled a fortune dice earlier for you, Big B. You've rolled up a 6.
In that case, Thork is going to bow to his brother and say, "Hello, brother. It's just been a very long time, actually."
You're so much younger then. Keeping up your training.
I completed it. I completed me monastic training 5, I think, nearly a decade ago now. However, I'm not traveling now. I'm with a group and we are traveling the world, doing various things, battling evil mages.
As we should.
Oddly enough, we're sort of working on dealing with Carmilla's artifacts. If you'd believe me.
That's quite the task, though I've heard rumors of it.
Probably difficult. However, yes, I am, due to other circumstances of why I am here. There are things going on. We believe the bride and groom may be in danger here, or another of the council that is here today to witness it.
Thank you for this, brother. I will.
I
will ensure the guards understand.
thank you.
If you need any axes moving around, I'll try to do my best to help you.
That would be very helpful. It would be nice for me to have free access, being able to get there whenever I'm needed.
But with that,
Speeds
though,
up the utmost.
You're going to be basically granted like a free pass to get in, to basically go into kind of like basically the kind of areas where Torin is. Like,
Aha!
you can kind of get basically kind of like basically you get your kind of friend, your brother here to kind of just take you up to it and just kind of, yeah, this guy's cool, let him in.
Nice.
I recommend hitting up the South Isle if you can.
Mm.
Then I'll have the North, you can have the South.
Do with more move speed anyway.
Not only that, how much acrobatics do you have? I think you can make that if you really tried.
I have it decent, I guess.
I'm
It's mostly
pretty sure if you start jumping over the aisle, the guards will have you removed.
Yes,
despite what
but
your
I'm
friend
saying,
says.
But if I'm jumping over the aisle, it's going to be because something's gone down. So
hmm
I'm plus 11. So
I would say go stand by the font or something. Yeah, okay. Good.
yeah, that's where I was going, directly next to the font. It gives me a good view of everything as well as a decent way of getting to things. Plus, I can dive through the window if it turns out that the High Magister is the one who's going to be getting ganked, as it were. I think that's just enough to where I can... It is. Thork waves to you too as well.
It's a shame I haven't invented laser pointers yet, and that'd shine one in Thorok's eye.
Excuse
Yeah,
me.
Just be careful with that. It could bounce off his head and blind
Yeah.
everyone.
Oh god!
Yeah, in Fork's case, he would have a really hard time seeing kind of Gareth right now, kind of all the way over there. But you would probably see like the banner in the corner of the banner. It's like, okay, he's over there.
Interestingly enough, Dark, I have a plus 24 to my perception right now.
Yes, but the problem is there's a large amount of like pillars and stuff in the way, and he's a small child, so
Small
Yeah,
child,
that's-
and he's on higher ground.
Yeah, that's...
it's not the best kind of situation to see him. You can see a bit of the banner he's carrying, but that's about it. Still though, you know, could be worse.
Hooray for Fortune Die.
Sometimes fortune dies really help.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Thork has free movement, basically. Also,
Sure,
he's a
it's a
lot
giant.
less likely to be in trouble at the end of this if something does happen. He'll be far less suspicious because they have a Mage Bane on the guard.
They decided to bring a Mage Bane on board because it turns out Mage Banes are good at dealing with, well, mages.
Yeah, it's not the worst idea they've ever had.
There's a reason why we're an exclusive monastery up there.
As you can see here. Eisenhug Mage Bane.
Eisenhug?
Perfect.
Hugs.
Would Fork have pointed out who the rebel rousers would be to Sarah?
Yeah, it would have gone through to the group first and then gone to a guard.
Because I could help get them on their feet faster, I think. If you think it's necessary.
Maybe.
It seems like the guards will probably be able to handle it now they know something might be going on. They can kind of prepare.
Well, maybe I should just try and get them be more on alert.
Well, I think the gods are already pretty on alert, especially after
More
Thor
alert.
it out.
The guards are on alert. So.
Yeah, I think you keeping an eye on those that Thork might have missed with that anxieties would be good.
Yeah, right now, Sarah doesn't have much to do, so she's probably just stirring shit by taking advantage of people's anxiety.
You could stick your sideline as well.
I like having us a bit spread out.
Being
was
spread
personally
about
going to-
does mean we get to cover more angles.
Yeah, until I was allowed in, I was just going to stand up here, like up where you are, basically, near both the apartment stairs in case someone tries to go in that way, or in case we need to get to like the cemetery sometime quick.
Like, I'll be having Maggie just fly around, not like above the area where no one's really at, but more above the crowd and having her keep an eye out.
How Maggie make me a perception check?
Okay, hold on. I need to check her bonus.
Here we go,
Alright.
Maggie.
Maggie
really-
could probably have tears to wine, considering Torn
nah.
makes a lot of wine from it.
Oh,
So what I'm hearing is Drunk Bird.
only slightly.
Drunk bird is
It's
best
not
bird.
drunk, it's magic.
Drinky bird.
Sorry.
Jeez, plus 30.
I mean,
Look,
it's magic.
all
is
it,
flying.
it only
flying
needs
as
a
well.
thimble. It only needs a thimble full of wine for its body mass.
I hate how good you are at that.
Yes, but you normally win on range penalties. So
I know. Just at the moment, you have like a plus 10 on your test.
Keep in mind, Sarah can only let Maggie do that. So,
I know.
in which case the ceremony is now going to basically begin.
Ah, the judge moved to the North Tower.
As the ceremony will now kind of bring place and begin moving.
I see. She intend to kill herself.
After
Soren's going to ask Sarga to keep an eye on the North Tower then, now that Jortes has pointed that out, I guess.
you'll keep an eye over there. I'll try to. It's difficult with all the crowds and everything, but
Actually,
keeping the areas you guys are in are rather packed. So
why doesn't Sarga go ahead and continue looking at it? Torn might want to go say hi himself.
but the kind of ceremony begins,
Okay.
and sideline outside seats the kind of cart kind of roll, the carriage kind of roll around at the start of the area. As getting out of the cart, being kind of the door being opened and brought out is a beautiful young woman, maybe 20, 21. As being escorted by the captain of the guard, she begins being walked through the crowd as kind of people go up close. There are like children who kind of put out their hands to like, try and reach. Some like flowers are thrown behind her. Some confetti falls into Sideline's gears.
Oh god, why?
A flower child puts a flower in Sideline's coat. Sarah also gets some similar things happening, though she's not as close to the front.
Yeah. She'll try and catch flowers. Nice.
You know, why didn't you roll me a dexterity or sleight of hand check?
Oh yeah.
Sarah
You catch
catches
all
the
the flowers.
Sarah catches one of the bouquets.
Yes.
You know, that means you're going to get married next.
Apparently.
Hello, Sarah.
Get away. You're like 12.
Very nice.
Watch it. It's gonna be like an asthma or something, and you're going to somehow have undying children.
You know, it's a very nice bouquet, though. You must say, a very nice bouquet.
It's a bomb.
My flowers are ticking. Wait, why are my flowers ticking?
The flower. There's an interesting selection of flowers as well. There's something that strikes Sarah slightly off about them, though.
Full of wolfsbane.
Or maybe it's Maggie that's more senses it off, but you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably Maggie.
Sarah will probably be like, hey Maggie, you probably know like flower language. What the hell do these mean?
That's nature. Or herbalism.
Let me go check a bonus.
You know flower things.
Or I suppose alchemy. Any of the
Flower
three.
language is a thing. I know a little bit about it. Most of it grass means domination. Let's see.
Well, more conquest.
It could be better.
You're not
So,
sure.
Let's see.
You could describe it to other members of the group, though.
I'd be like, hey guys, any of you know flowers? Not that they exist though, but like what do you mean?
Yes.
So, alchemy check you said could do this?
Alchemy, herbalism, or nature. One of the three.
I think we smell weird.
Well, I'm going to be
Flowers.
doing alchemy on this. Oh, I apparently don't even have a nature like on my list. Like,
Do the flowers
Oh,
have any
well.
anxieties?
there, 20.
And what was that, and J-Mac?
I said, do the flowers have any anxieties?
No, not really.
Oh,
Their biggest anxiety was they would cut.
I feel you. I have that feeling like every 5 days.
Can I take 10 on this?
Nope.
Wow.
I don't suppose it also could
Apparently,
count as a
Torn is
poison.
very distracted, was not paying attention to whatever you were saying.
What was that?
I don't suppose it's poison related.
If it was, how much of a bonus would you get?
An extra half level plus 2, so an extra 6 on that, I believe.
Okay, Jortas knows what these are.
Haha!
Those are odd flowers indeed. They do smell very beautiful. I mean, they smell very beautiful, and they actually look decent as well. But they have a very interesting property that Jortas knows.
Mhm.
Their pollen, while it smells very nice, has the interesting effect of dulling people's senses a little bit.
Yeah, Sarah, don't breathe that in too much or you'll go stupid.
It doesn't really make people go stupid, it just kind of makes it like people have trouble kind of focusing as much anymore.
Yeah, no,
Which
that's how Gareth is explaining it.
Yeah, it affects
You know,
both your
I'm
will
going to use
saves.
that as Tor's excuse with his scent ability.
Yeah, it affects both your will save and your perception checks.
Sarah's gonna shove it in her bag. And do you know that filter hood we got from ages ago? She's gonna try and discreetly put that on.
So basically, you're
That thing is not
going
discreet.
to look really weird in the crowd.
Look,
You also
I'll
need,
use-
need a little bit of water, but I'm sure you have some water on you. You can activate it.
I'll use,
Okay.
like, I have my ever water cup. I'll use my armbands of whatever the fuck they're called and just make it look like a nice hat.
It's not. You can't really make it look like a hat. It's kind of more a mask, but you know.
I'll make it look like I have
make it like a veil.
Like- You know, like some facial scarves and things.
It's not
You,
really
you can make it more look like veils and stuff that people have around them. It's that kind of stuff.
sure. Sarah's suddenly covered in scarves.
I mean, given the kind of climate, it's not impossible that people have like silken veils and that kind of stuff to kind of ward away heat.
Yeah,
not possible.
you wouldn't really be wrapped up in a scarf in a desert.
An effort.
Actually, you kind of would, with veils anyway.
Veils, yes. Scarves, no.
The veils would make far more sense, wouldn't draw as much. Eric's giggling a little bit.
Yes, coat rack.
Oh, there we go. Now she looks normal. Good. Glad she's on top of thing.
But yeah, that's an interesting thing. That's an interesting choice of flowers. Was it they were just picked for their sweet scent? Mm.
No, I have a feeling what I said before is actually not to bang off.
What thing said before?
I said that there's a potential that they'd try and use magic to like incite the crowd into a rage.
Well, no, there's a lot of these. There's a lot of flowers being thrown around, and a lot of pollen in the air. If you've got hay fever, beware.
Sarah's gonna try and get to like, I don't know, as lessly densely packed area as she can.
Sure, you can do that. The less, basically, that's get away from the railing and stuff.
Other way.
Oh crap! I wish we had gotten a bard with calm emotions ready.
Calm emotions is an amazing spell.
Exactly.
I didn't think that they might be, inciting a riot in the crowd. That was my bad.
Actually, a lot of riot going on.
Well,
Well,
they might.
They might
So does
use
it-
magic to incite one. I don't know.
let's see. Does it
Yeah,
look
well,
like people are
there's a
becoming
lot
less
of
anxious
there's a
now?
lot of guards, and a lot of the guards are on alert. So
Oh, most certainly.
if
The
that
anxiety,
happens,
the anxiety of the crowd seems to be going down right now.
Hey guys, people are like a lot more chilled out now. This is slightly worrying.
Well, yeah, that's what the flowers do.
Yeah, I know, but it's like a lot of people.
If Gareth would either use it to something like weaken someone's will saves, or to like something just to like calm people down.
They may have even planned that this is a big wedding between rival families. They may have planned to use the flowers to calm down anyone trying to disrupt the wedding.
Question, Dark. Then isn't Hog nearby?
He could be.
I want to spread this information to him, in case the guards have an enchantment specialist on them.
Oh, they do.
Ready with something like calm emotions.
Um,
In case someone tries to magically
Did you
incite
tell them about the flowers? And the poison?
Yes, that as well. Well, it's not so much a poison; it's just the pollen. But yes, I will.
yeah, the reason the poison bone is applied is because it can be brewed into a rather toxic wisdom poison.
Yeah. Which makes a lot of sense.
It already basically does like wisdom poison kind of like things, so you can make it very strong.
It's just more penalties and not damage.
It's just applying like penalties right now. -2 perception, -2 to will saves. It's not a lot. It's a thing.
Widespread it as well.
Pollen does spread very well. Well, with that though, kind of the ceremony kind of continues going on. And eventually, though, walking in, kind of heading down the aisle, will be the warden with, well, the bride.
A little bit of excitement from Jortes as he sees the warden.
down, boy.
I mean, there's also something to be said about the bride. She is a beautiful woman in a very expensive dress as well. Like,
Yeah,
sure, you might not have sexual drive, but she still looks beautiful. So
yeah, I was going to say, if he was adult Jortes, his attention would definitely be more on her rather than the warden.
but still, she does look very beautiful, and her dress. That dress is probably worth a fortune.
I want that dress. I mean, never mind.
Gareth would look amazing. in that dress.
Oh lord, we don't need more traps.
Hey, I'm the trap detector. I can be one if I want.
Dear Lord Georges, that was a stupid con.
Hey.
She had brought up to the front though, and that kind of continues. Is there anything any of you want to do as like it kind of reaches this stage?
Yes, if riot starts, are there any non-structural and/or structural pillars that could be shot, blown apart, to be fall in the way of the altar?
In the way of the altar?
Basically to block a crowd's advance, I'm guessing.
And that, or to freak them the fuck out.
Okay, so it's more to stop them from... It's more the crowd outside you want to kind of stop with that.
Yeah.
Well, that wouldn't be necessarily easy to do. It would be possible, though, that Sideline could possibly, like, shoot one of, like, the stone statues on the roof up. Cause that to collapse down.
Okay. Basically a way to seal off the inside of the temple.
Or at least make people think twice about going in.
Yeah, that too.
You don't think you could seal it in a single for shot, but you could probably like make it difficult terrain up the front.
Okay, that'll do.
It will stop charging, so...
If you wanted to completely seal it, you would have needed more resources for that. You would have needed like pre-set of explosives or something. You didn't really consider this.
I think Jortes is just going to, he's not so much paying attention to the ceremony itself, while I'm sure it is very beautiful and emotional and blah blah blah. He's now just gone into, let's look at everything and see if he can spot anyone who, looks like he shouldn't be there. Particularly from above.
Well, I'd like a perception check then.
35.
Right. What's Torin doing, meanwhile?
Torin wants to try and talk to Heslava.
She currently has like a rather large entourage around her. But, I mean, you could try to push your way in to it.
And Torin wants to attempt to... Okay, let's try and get in. Because this is kind of important information.
Can you actually get in first?
Fuck!
There's just so much of an entourage, and it's like, you can't really get in properly. It's like, who is this guy? Get away. We're watching the ceremony. Stop it.
I really like the smell of these flowers.
Really they smell really nice.
Damn it, if only I had a damn fortune charm. Fucking
best item in the game.
Get your own freeloaders.
No, I was thinking of having you make me one over the downtime. I just didn't think it would be necessary, and I wanted to hold on to my money.
By the way, I'm putting in a rule. I'm limiting you to only having one fortune charm each.
I wasn't going to try and push that issue.
How much are the fortune charms?
Not a lot.
Not like 1,000 gold. It's dirt cheap.
They are pretty damn cheap. It's pretty great.
Best item in game.
Yeah, unfortunately, Torm really can't get that close. Gareth, you do spot someone actually, basically attached to the ceiling.
Attached to the ceiling?
At this point, Torrance is going to make his way back to his position over by Sarga and giving up on that idea.
You realize who's attached to the ceiling in here?
Is it the Enforcer?
Yes.
Oh, thank God. Gareth will relay this down the line that, Enforcer's looking over. She got our message.
But yeah, she is basically attached to the ceiling, cloaked with a sniper rifle.
Mm-hmm.
Should we message her and get her in on the thing?
Sure.
Yeah,
I'm guessing also she's not aiming her rifle at the bride and groom or anything. She's just watching.
No, she's using her scope and scanning the room.
Right, that's good.
You should probably add her to the message.
She is incredibly hard to spot because of how high this room gets. Even though she's not invisible like she normally is, with kind of her cloak with kind of her hiding up there, for the average person it'd be a DC 42 perception to spot her.
Thank God for distance penalty reductions.
Mm-hmm. You can just barely make out her outline up there.
Yeah, that's a problem. We're not going to be able, I don't think we're going to be able to, because you kind of need to point at them, and if we don't know where she is, and we don't have a good way of actually pointing her out.
It's impossible for Saga to see them to target them.
Yeah, I mean, I can describe where she is as best as I can, but, you're still not going to see her.
No. Just leave her be. She can handle herself with this.
Even with the bonus for knowing there's something there's no way Saga's going to roll high enough to see the assassin hidden up there.
And take it, there's no way I could get an angle.
No.
Not even a bit of leg.
No, you can't. No, the problem is you didn't really position yourself to get in, to actually see inside properly.
Did any of you used to read what was it called? Land Raiders with a Turn Signal, something like that. The webcomic.
No.
There was a comic strip in that where they were discussing like line of sight rules, and it was essentially a case of yes, I can shoot at him because I can just see the last like inch of his nose, and just shoots the very tip of his nose off. So Sarah just completely reminded me of that then.
Other than that, though, the ceremony kind of goes on, and Thorok gets very close to part of the ceremony because the ceremony is a rather complex one actually. With kind of the bride and groom moving around a bit, and like they kind of both go over to the font and both have a little bit of water put on them.
In that case, I want to take that moment to really focus on them and see if either of them are acting more strangely than someone would on their wedding day.
Are you like looking for like telltale signs of possession?
Yes,
All that kind of stuff?
possession or domination or something like that.
Sure. You can make a sense motive check to see if you can spot any signs of otherworldly control in them.
All right. Firstly, weakness exploiting. Are they CR 13 or lower?
I'll need you to roll for each individual for this separately.
All right. 23. One of them I'm getting this bonus on.
Well, you're definitely getting it. You're getting it on both of them because you managed to hit both the CR. Actually, no. Well, okay. So, Calcine, who you rolled second, her CR was 4.
Oh. Okay.
She's not high level. Terrace's CR was 12.
Aha! I've caught it. Nice. All right. Sense motive for, I guess this would be Terrace. And then sense motive for the bride. 48 and 43. Not bad.
Neither of them are showing controls of otherworldly possession in them, or even like suggestion, from what
Strike
you can tell.
Focus scrutiny.
Yeah, neither of them are showing any telltale signs that like alarm you with like otherworldly control or possession. You do spot something odd about Terrace, but you don't think it's related to this.
Okay. I think it's just nerves for the wedding.
You don't think it's quite nerves in the wedding, but you don't think it's anything that's like to do with this. You think it's more something to do with more his tribal nature, if anything.
Okay.
Like you're thinking possibly spirits in his head or something.
Oh, okay. I see. Ooh.
You don't spot anything that kind of alarms you, like, oh god, he's possessed.
Then sounds good.
They both seem to be clean as far as you can tell. And I'll also give you for free, the priest does not look possessed.
That's good to hear as well.
If anything, you get this very odd feeling as he kind of moves towards you, that Thorok, with his like knowledge of magic, he does have a minor knowledge of magic. May even think
I've
that's a
spoken
circle. Might even think that's a circle of protection moving with him.
Ha! Very nice. I like it.
You don't know what alignment, but a circle of protection regardless, but still protects regardless of alignment.
Which is really nice. It's probably protection against evil, but it might be protection against chaos. Who knows?
You know, what protection it is doesn't frankly matter for the purposes.
Yeah. But that's good to hear.
That kind of ceremony goes on. Gareth spots one thing of interest. Kind of as he's kind of looking around and kind of peering and trying to look. Like, one minute he sees Hezbollah over on the side, and the next minute she's not there. Like, in a minute of like looking away, she's moved. And you don't see her like anywhere in his line of sight now.
Can I take a look outside?
Well, firstly, does it get relayed? Is the first question, I suppose.
Yeah, I suppose.
Tinder?
Sorry, what? I was looking for comics.
I will say again, you're the only one who noticed this directly, and like, as you're kind of, because you did say you were scanning the room actively.
Mm-hmm.
And you kind of notice, there was Hezbollah all over in the North Tower, And then kind of next bit later, you still see her posse over there, but you can't see her, and you can't really see her anywhere in the room, at least from your line of sight.
And I didn't see where she went.
No, it was kind of, you saw her there, you kind of looked over for other stuff, and then like, kind of next time you looked in that direction, she wasn't there.
Yeah. I'll definitely relay this to the others, basically saying, Heslana's gone, Posse's still there, don't know where she's gone. Could be invisible, could have gone up the tower, could have gone somewhere else. How about you guys have a look as well?
I'll take a gander.
Thork,
Well,
Thork, stay here.
I'm already on the north side. I guess I can attempt to run interception.
I'll get
But-
Maggie to fly up and have a look.
Let me see if I can spot anything first.
I'm not going to enjoy having to jump even further down if something happens,
another
but I
40.
suppose I can take it. And Tor's gonna go off and look for Heslava, I guess.
actually, yeah, Thork's going to leave this to you. He's going to stay here and watch the crowds still. Keep overwatch on the ceremony.
Sarah does see outside something unusual start happening, where people's anxiety starts really going up.
This is bad.
And
What
she
sort of
see
anxieties
anything
are they?
causing it?
It varies throughout the crowd really weirdly. Like, and some of the anxieties don't make entire sense. Sarah has a guess, like some of them might be being magically manipulated very slightly.
Oh god, I think I left the kettle on.
Yeah, like some of it is literally something that simple, but it's just kind of anxiety kind of rushing through the crowd.
Okay,
Yeah,
switching
quickly
from
relay
anxiety
that.
to detect magic. Yeah, relay, and Sarah's got to quickly switch from anxiety to detect magic.
As soon as she relays that, Thork is going to try and relay to his Magebane ally about it. About an anxiety spike in the crowd outside.
And the spike really seems to reach crescendo. As kind of this kind of reaches, as kind of the ceremony reaches its finale, and well, you may kiss the bride.
Does it look like any of the council members around me have noticed anything weird or been told anything weird that's happening outside?
Question, Dark.
Because sense mode of them, yes.
Tor went chasing after Heslava. What's she doing during this?
You don't see her over there. You see her. You can see her crowd, but you don't see her.
I also did ask if I could make a perception roll to see if I can
Yes,
see
you
where she
may.
went off.
You make a perception check. I think Sarah rolled one as well.
Okay.
Can
42 plus 2 if it's versus disguise.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Yes, Torin, what are you trying to say?
Tracking's not going to work because of just how many people's scents are here.
It's just ridiculous. There are so many people around you.
I guess the only thing I can try to do is try a perception this. See if I can
try
spot
and
her.
climb the North Tower.
You can't really get up, you can't really get to the stairs for the north. I mean, the stairs of the North Tower are kind of guarded. You can't really, I mean, you tried getting past the guard, but there's a guard there.
Torn's going to claim it may be an emergency and try and diplomacy past him, I guess.
There isn't really an emergency. I mean, I suppose you might try to class this as an emergency. But that means
Well,
you're being
Torn
pretty honest.
believes her life might be in danger.
I sound like you're being pretty honest about this, so go ahead and try.
Okay, our Jesus, I don't ask you for much, but
It's not a nat 1.
it's not an at one.
Did beat 25.
Is it too late to throw money at it?
Think so.
I wasn't going to try and bribe the direct guards of a councilwoman.
And if you're doing bribery, you must declare the bribery beforehand.
Yeah.
I was not going to try and bribe the direct guard of a councilwoman. That's going to get me imprisoned flat.
Well, as you kind of talk and try to persuade him, Torn's there for a bit. But he does eventually manage to get past and can kind of run up the tower.
Yeah, Torn's gonna try and get up there as quickly as possible because he's worried his llama might try to kill herself under magical influence.
Yep. Yep, I know what's going to happen here.
Did my sense motive reveal anything about the council members? 31.
You have a feeling they know something is going on, but they're kind of, if we're all getting like mixed reports, they're not sure what's going on. You can, and you're pretty sure that the captain of the guard is also basically doing the same thing you're doing and message spelling, like kind of under his breath, message spelling like orders around.
What about Altine? Does he seem oblivious?
As far as you're aware, he's oblivious.
Gareth, motion for Altine to point at the North Tower.
What?
Make a bluff check. Basically what I'm saying is make a bluff check to the guy on the roof saying, yo, something's up there. Assassin dude on the roof.
Well, is the assassin
Considering
dude
Torn
even paying
is
enough
trying to
attention
stop her
Gareth
from
to do so?
jumping, calling Torn an assassin might not go the best.
No,
No, he means try, by talking to Altine, try to pass a secret message to the Enforcer that something is happening at the North Tower. But I don't know if the Enforcer would be paying enough attention to your test specifically to even pick up on that.
I mean, you could try.
That's a bluff check.
It would be a bluff check to pass a secret message.
Yeah, I was planning on, talking to Altine quietly, basically, do you hear that? It sounds like they're getting a bit riled up outside, blah, 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 blah. A bit concerned about that, so I could try to, at the same time, pass a secret message. What did I say? It was a bluff to do that? 22.
Not bad, given your bonus. Pretty good.
I knew putting a single rank into bluff would be useful.
As things kind of go on, you have no idea where the assassin's gone, by the way. Next time you kind of look, she's not there. But
Yeah.
you had a hard enough sight. You barely saw her before, so you're not surprising.
She climbed a foot higher, now she's out of my range.
I mean, you don't even have low light vision, remember? So. But as these two are moving, dong, dong.
Yeah, Torn's just rushing to try and find Hezlov as quickly as possible.
Sarah's
Maggie?
So
Maggie on the roof will immediately alert to Sarah. The councilwoman's on the roof.
Sarah's preparing to cast.
Right. Sarga, Torn's basically shouting at Sarga through the command and just get over here, keep a direct eye on them.
She would try her best.
Or, kill them.
Yeah, would Sarah have enough time to cast? No, never mind. She's just gonna prepare to cast.
Dong. As these two kind of head towards the end here. Sideline. And Maggie suddenly realize something. She's not alone on the roof. She's not alone.
Right!
There's something else up there.
Something else is up there. Go.
Can we see it?
Do I get arrested?
I'm en route!
What's that?
Now, do I get arrested?
If you draw your rifle, the guards will immediately turn hostile on you.
I know,
Don't
but I can
do
act
it.
faster. I can act
Don't
faster
do
than they
it.
can.
If you shoot and she falls, they're going to think you
They're-
caused it.
As soon as you draw, they are not going to ask questions, they are going to try and put you down.
I know.
They're not going to go for
No.
arresting, they are going to go for killing.
Yeah, sideline, I recommend you don't draw, but adopt high noon stance.
I adopt high noon stance.
What is high noon stance?
It's basically I am part of surprise round, and basically if the guy behind him does anything aggressive to her, I'm shooting him in the goddamn head. And I think with the bonus I have to initiative of, let me check what my initiative would be if I go into high noon stance.
Question: would you guys have been relaying this stuff to Thorok?
Of
I mean,
course.
I think it's being
Yeah,
relayed
of
to everyone, just kind of echoed.
Good.
Even
Good, because I'm
Maggie-
relaying
Yeah,
this.
si-
I'm
sideline?
relaying it to Magebane in case they do have someone with calm emotions on.
Yeah, sideline.
standby.
Don't forget, you can dismiss
I know.
heightened awareness for +4. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just saying, I'm in high noon stance. That means I have an initiative of 23.
Oh, sweet Jesus.
Dark, I know I'm going to incredibly regret saying this, but can Sarah get somewhere where she thinks where the person may land if they fall?
No, you'd be out. You don't think so.
Okay.
If you're correct, the landing will happen right next to the bride and groom as they're leaving. You think? In theory.
Okay, so I don't have to like try and cushion her fall of my body. Great.
Okay, that means you would have to jump over the railing and, of course, immediately be put down by guards.
Remember, the fall was not fatal.
Yeah, it doesn't mean that she survives the fall, but
then the final dong and the bell as the two kind of go outside,
Crowd
and there are
is-
cheers from the crowd. And other parts of the crowd soon start getting even more riled, and then suddenly stop being riled.
Question: where is Torn at this moment?
Torn
'Cause he
is still
was
running up the tower.
He's
Torn is still running up the tower.
fast as he can.
It's a tall tower.
Actually,
It's
wait,
difficult
is there
when-
anyone else in the tower?
Not really, no.
Werewolf form plus. I have +20% movement speed. I can
Yeah, it
shift as a move action, so.
But it turns out, though, remember, this was the tallest tower.
Mm-hmm.
Well, was at least the tallest tower in the kingdom for a very long time. Well, the North and South Tower together are kind of at the peak. But yeah, the two of them kind of go outside, and there's like the crowd kind of cheers them, and you're pretty at least Cyanide and Sarah are pretty sure at this point she was supposed to have been thrown over the edge, yet she hasn't. As these two at the bottom continue moving. You have a feeling interrupting, making it so the crowd didn't start rioting means those two haven't means the bride and groom haven't held still long enough. If the crowd had started, the bride and groom might have stood still for a bit. But they're
Yes.
continuing down the lane. As well,
Shift out of werewolf form before you get to the top.
Torn?
Yeah, no, I'm just in
You're
wolf
fine.
form to get there.
Torn, you're at the final staircase.
Okay, guess shifting back to human form as I'm running up there.
As you do so, you see a rather interesting scene going on right now, which is Heslana, with a long sword drawn, seems to be in duel with a shadowy figure up there. It seems she was not caught on surprise. Possibly
I'm not even going to question this. I am just going to throw a fucking holy bomb.
All right. Please roll me your holy bomb.
Boop.
That's pretty good.
Even with the penalty for attacking in a melee.
You do manage to strike the shadowy figure who does seem to like part of his shadow seem to burn as they're struck. Yeah, Toron getting an idea of the situation here and from the noises he heard, and also from what Maggie saw. Basically, this was the events that you basically kind of get an idea of happened. Essentially, Heslana was up the top, leaning over the edge, kind of looking down at everything. The crowd was supposed to start rioting and draw her attention as she was about to be stabbed and pushed off the edge.
Yeah, no, Torn is going to.
But it seems like because the
sideline
crowd
of the shadowy figure.
But it seems like because the crowd got calmed and she didn't get distracted in time, neither the bride and groom stopped moving, and nor was she surprised because her attention wasn't drawn by a rioting crowd. So there's a battle now going on. Tori only gets that one round of combat. Also, sideline, you hear the distant sound. Also, so does from all the way at the back of the place. Gareth also hear the distinct sound of a holy bomb go off.
God damn my really good ears.
But Torin and sideline. Well, sideline sees the trail of a bullet run past.
Oh, good.
High up in the sky. Torin, you feel a bullet rush past you that even deals 1d6 points of damage going past you.
Whew.
damage going past you, to be precise.
Uh,
Now, who
Two.
was it aimed at?
As this bullet
don't care.
seems to strike the shadowy figure, literally blowing a hole, which is probably about Gareth Ball size, about 1 foot diameter hole through the shadowy figure.
And that's why you don't mess with the Enforcer.
And the shot is completely silent, except for the sonic boom that hurt Torin. But no one else could hear. Like no one else could. Like Jortes didn't hear the
Yay,
bullet,
oils for
which says something.
silence.
Jortes didn't hear the bullet. Simply though, that kind of shoots right through. As the shadow figure just kind of crumbles into dust. Dust and pieces of cloth.
Can I relax all of my springs quick?
You may relax your spring. You may relax your springs as the bride and you may relax your springs as the bride and groom get into their carriage and ride off. Congratulations, Team PC. You have managed to avert the situation.
And kill the assassin.
Or at least kill what the assassin sent.
Yeah, I bet that was a shade of some kind. So
It turns out there were a few conditions for him being able to be shot by the enforcer. There were a few conditions. One, the enforcer had to be alerted something was going on the roof.
Hello.
Hi.
Gareth succeeded his check to send a secret message.
yay!
It's no that alerted her. The other thing was the target needed to be already damaged.
Oh,
Besides, it needed to be damaged by at least 25 points of damage that ignored their DR.
oh, you are a lucky bastard with those 6s, Torin. You got 3 6s there.
But you managed to deal more than 25 points of damage that ignored DR. It turns out wholly ignores DR. An ER. That the High Enforcer
Suck
sitting
my
on
divine radiance.
the High Enforcer sitting upon the spike at the far side, shoots one bullet and just cleaves them in two. Congratulations, Team PC. You have averted a crisis.
Yay!
Because that would have been one hell of a scene. The High Judge falling down, and from what you could guess, would have guessed.
Landing on the couple and then getting torn to pieces by the crowd, yes.
Mm-hmm. It would have been pretty bad. It would have been pretty bad. The fall was not fatal. No. The knife in the back would have been fatal.
Mm-hmm. Especially if she landed on it.
I'm kind of sad Sideline didn't shoot immediately.
You'll be dead if you had.
You have wisdom now, Sideline.
I've always had wisdom. Actually, no, I don't have wisdom. I have exactly the same wisdom. My ability scores didn't change.
Oh. Never mind then.
Yeah, he didn't actually gain any wisdom. He had other things happen.
But yes, Sarah doesn't have wisdom.
I would have shot and then immediately thrown down my gun.
Let's give me one moment though. Does one of you have the Does one of you have on easy access for me the what's it called? The prophecy you received, so I don't have to scroll up and find it.
I think it was pinned.
It's pinned.
It should be pinned.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Ah yes, clue from the plates, right? That was it?
Yeah.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
It's been posted like 3 times now.
Yeah, but I put it there so the stream can see it as well.
It's relevant. But yes,
That's fair.
this prophecy has been averted. Because prophecies, of course, don't take into account that someone alters them. At least not all of them. Some do. But
I
Didn't
hate
take
prophecies.
into account us.
But that is for how the bells toll. Because as the final one struck, no one died.
Mm-hmm.
Hooray.
Well, one guy died.
Well,
it's
He
debatable
looks like he
whether
was
it's a
already
guy.
dead to begin with.
I feel like he was summoned or called, so probably just banished.
I think he was undead.
well,
Or that.
judging the pile of ash and like black cloth,
Oh,
that's kind of a corpse in a way.
of course. Escorn's a shadow dancer.
Maybe.
Still though,
He can summon shades.
Congratulations, Team PC. As kind of, no one really even knows too much happened. Like some people are suspicious, but no one knows too much happened.
Mm-hmm.
Except us, because we kind of solved it.
Because the public perception, the bomb going off. Okay, that wasn't too loud.
Fireworks.
Yeah, it's like a firework. It wasn't too loud, and it was kind of muffled by the sound of the bell going off.
All according to plan.
Which the bell was supposed to hide the noises as well for the assassin.
Mm-hmm. And now I just have to hope that Lord Altine didn't hear my whispering and didn't catch on to the secret message.
You have to. The whispering is a DC 25 check for someone to hear. He is right next to you, so no penalties for range.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, even if he did, he didn't stop you or question you right then, and
no, but he wouldn't because he's surrounded by nobles.
You know, he might not have wanted to like make a scene in the middle of the chapter.
Yeah, I bet Jortes later is going to get questioned like, so what was all that just happened? Excuse me, that just happened.
I don't know what you're talking about.
But with this though, main Team PC, so ignoring Gareth, can kind of regather themselves. Afterwards.
I love this.
Before Thorok leaves, he's going to go find him a Wiesenharg, and
you can indeed
thank him heartily.
Thorin's going to be explaining the situation to Hezlaba.
He will thank you as well because if he didn't get the information to the person in time, they wouldn't have been able to quick prepare calm emotions.
Nice.
Because they had an arcanist on hand who could quick prepare spells.
I also love the scene. I love the scene that's in my head of Torn getting up to the thing, lobbing a bomb and blowing up the shadowy figure, and then them just left standing on top of this roof going, "Oh shit!"
Yeah, Cyline's biggest clue though was with Cyline's amazing pep check, he saw the telltale sign of a thundering bullet from us.
Mm-hmm. Oh hey, I saw sound waves.
Oh, you can see them too.
Oh yeah, pretty cool.
If you were outside, you would have seen them, but you weren't outside. Mm-hmm. So Gareth had no way of knowing what happened, except for Torrent's bomb going off.
Yeah. And now everybody talking about it.
Still though, actually, I would honestly say Gareth was probably actually, given he both spotted, even though he didn't get directly involved, he spotted, of course, Hezbollah leaving in time.
And the Enforcer.
As well as the... Yep.
And the Enforcer, and he managed to see pass a secret message. So honestly,
Yep, Jortes did a lot here.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Really, we all did. I don't think there was a single person here who didn't.
Everyone's efforts actually made quite a large difference to the kind of situation. Mm-hmm. Cyline's own perception check and a few other checks I rolled in the background for Cyline also significantly helped.
What the hell did I roll in the background?
One moment as I quickly kind of go through my log of things.
Well, to not be stupid and pull your gun in front of many guards at a very big occasion.
One of the things actually was one of them was actually a passive diplomacy check that you actually did well on.
Really?
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Probably to stay where you were.
It was actually more precisely, it was to determine initial attitudes of some people around him, and notably, the people in question happened to be
craftsmen.
The people in question happened to be some craftsmen, which actually meant he actually did kind of okay-ish on the check. I also rolled a few secret perception checks in the background, which you did really well on.
Yay!
Yeah, that's not bad.
I'm still quite jealous of your perception.
Hey, it's because I have buffs, and it's also an int skill for me.
I know.
You did a decent job with it. You did a decent job with this.
Just because Sideline analyzes everything.
Uh-huh.
Go team.
Welcome to the Thorok world.
The other thing in particular that was kind of set up for you, Sideline, was I also rolled you one stealth check.
Oh, I mean, I do have actually a pretty okay stealth.
And with the bonus from the crowd, it turns out Escoron's person didn't see you.
Oh,
damn!
Escoron's person out in the crowd didn't see you because you were vulnerable. you personally were kind of more vulnerable to something possibly happening to you. You were deep within a crowd at the time.
Mm-hmm.
It's possible he would have tried doing something against you, but you managed to hide against him.
Suck it, dirtbag.
And in Sarah's case, Sarah moved away from the center of the crowd, so she wasn't able to be targeted easily without being spotted.
The title, Sarah, Flower Catcher.
And of course, the rest of you were all inside, and there's no way he could have pulled off an assassination inside of one of you.
I mean, if he killed me, at least he probably wouldn't have ended up killing Thingmob.
Yeah, this was a... there were a lot of things that could have gone wrong here, and the group did pretty well overall. You had a few bad checks, but overall the group did pretty well. And you put a decent bit of planning and thought into this.
Sure we did.
Yeah, like
Also,
Some of you more than others.
also the fact that we kind of interpreted that really well. We interpreted that prophecy really well for this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I accounted for at least 3 different scenarios where, specifically, not like how, but where this could go wrong in the chapel.
Yeah, I was thinking that as well.
Yeah, the chapel itself was mostly a red herring. Very little was actually going to happen on the inside. That was mostly a kind of draw your attention away from what was actually about to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Which it did a reasonable job of doing.
And this certainly would have been a lot.
With the towers.
And this certainly would have been a lot harder, especially if it's certainly if like you also didn't have that kind of scene from that role in that double one, of like kind of pouring more light on Hezbollah. You might not have really paid that much attention at all to her.
Oh, Torin would have
Yeah.
paid attention to her, actually. It's
But
like,
that's how-
wait, you're up on the balcony. You're one of my
Right.
initial suspects for the assassination target. This is
It's
where
more,
the tower
it's more a case
is.
of
Putting
would we have
2 and 2
noticed her in the
together.
first place.
Yeah, you might have been less likely to notice her in the first place in her. She wasn't really standing out like a sore thumb. You know, there's a lot of people.
Yeah, because remember, she slipped away really easily, even for Jortes.
Mm-hmm.
He just noticed her absence, meaning she could have easily slipped up there without him noticing.
This was not an easy thing, but the kind of attention was kind of drawn to her by that double one event. Like, double ones is not bad. It's extremes is sort of the important thing when it comes to rumors. The more average it is, the more it's like, eh. Because they're the common ones. You're not wanting what the common riffraff knows. You want like, oh, that judy piece of dirt.
You don't want a 7. 7s on 2 dice are dead common.
You'll still get something from it, but it'll be less interesting than what double 6s or double 1s.
Yeah.
But yes, you managed to successfully kind of do this, and without really alerting much in the way. You do tell Hezbollah, I think it's been confirmed by Torin,
Mm-hmm.
but what happened.
Yeah. Torn said it'd explain it.
Though she became pretty aware that someone tried assassinating her when she felt someone tried to put a knife in her back, but then she stabbed them.
And then, well, a giant burst of holy light went off, and a bullet went right past her.
I'm sure
As it turns out, I
Torrin's
think she has uncanny dodge.
I'm sure Torrin's probably accidentally made the offhand comment, as he's prone to doing. He's like, wow, no wonder my brother failed to kill you.
Turns out, she's really hard to kill.
Mm-hmm.
I have a newfound respect for you.
Mm-hmm. You know, she
A lot of respect. God damn.
she had to be specifically distracted and doing something else. Otherwise, there is no way you're going to get the jump on her. Because turns out those elven ears are really good at perception. And
Yeah.
add
like
in,
that.
she
Ear bullshit.
add in, every elf knows how to use a longsword. Well, every good elf should know how to use a longsword.
Mm-hmm.
And, well, turns out she isn't just simply a bureaucrat. She held her own for a couple of rounds. Not long, but a couple of rounds.
And then the opponent just happens to explode. So,
Mm-hmm. I mean, she's fully aware the Royal Enforcer, the one who shot the bullet. No one else no one else she knows at least has the ability to fire a bullet and leave a giant hole in someone's chest.
she hasn't been hit yet.
Especially not
So-
a supersonic bullet silently.
Of course, admittedly, Sideline at some point might want to rival that.
Yes.
Because I can see you both like kind of just looking at your dead shot abilities like,
Shoot out? Sure. I wonder if I can quick draw him to death. Well, not quick draw him to death, but out quick draw him.
out quick draw the Royal Enforcer.
Mm-hmm.
That would be one hell of a thing because you both have
Free actions is part of initiative.
Mm-hmm. Literally,
So
you both draw at the same time,
you
but
out
shoot at the same
initiative
time.
It would just be an out initiative, which I have a 20. I can, if I emergency this, I can Overwatch stance plus 23 initiative.
I could see Sideline loading an adamantium bullet, and then just shooting her bullet out of the air.
I mean, I could very much see the scenario where they both draw an initiative, both fire at the exact same moment, but shoot each other's bullets.
Actually, I would imagine it more they both draw at exactly the same time, both pause and say, "I'm not killing you. You're really impressive." Stop.
No, the Enforcer will kill you still.
Okay.
Because I turned out the Enforcer also always acts in a surprise round.
Oh, good. Good to know.
Yeah, she'd trick you into thinking that she wasn't going to kill you, and then shoot you whenever you fast draw your gun away.
No, she'd just shoot you.
The impressive thing about her, she also has a bunch of cool things with like ricocheting bullets, so she can shoot you round a corner by ricochet.
She picked those feats.
Love
Those deed feats.
She is good at her job. Really good. As it's expected, she's one of the highest CL characters you've met, honestly. As good your assassin probably should be.
Mm-hmm.
Though what exactly she is, you still have no idea, and that's how she likes to keep it.
And
So,
I'm
honestly,
more
you
than
might-
willing to let her keep that secret.
And admittedly, for all you know, she might be a vigilante, and she might have another identity you don't know about.
Oh god, she's Garmina.
Oh god, she's Carmilla!
It's
We should
always
vote.
Carmilla.
Never get rid of her.
You know that can be possible.
I bet the Royal Assassin actually saw me in Overwatch stance, because it's pretty obvious that someone was like that.
I assume Overwatch stance involves you putting like your bonus to like your. Are you like nanite surging your initiative? Or?
And I'm surging in my initiative, and also going, a lot of bonuses go into there.
All right.
So basically, you saw Sideline basically slightly burst into flames down there. It's like, oh, okay.
The guards were mildly
you're just
concerned.
blowing
and threw-
like McCree during
the guards
his
were mildly concerned and threw water over you.
Oh, hi. Let's say something. It's already dead. Don't worry about it. Basically, what Sideline says. Yeah, don't worry about it. It's already dead.
However, the successful thing though is your mission is completed. You are all well. Actually, let's put this away. Tauren will be told, bring your group to my private office tomorrow.
Uh-oh. we're
Right,
in
tomorrow. That gives me
trouble.
time to get
Yes,
there as
ma'am.
well.
And she's rather serious about that. Yeah, she clearly expects to see all of you, though that's kind of impossible.
She
One-
did meet
one
us
of-
before, so she knows of your group.
Torn will inform her of the Gareth situation and to keep it discreet. So,
So you're going to inform Jordan is currently a child?
yes, for infiltrating, and this is one of the ways in which we provided support for this whole venture. So it is kind of a necessity that he remains, undercover. He's currently rooting out more evil.
Because it's a fair thing to keep. It's a fair thing to keep in mind because you also know that a certain someone might be reading the minds of all the council people. Hello, Nona.
God damn it, Nona.
Mm-hmm.
It's a thing to keep in mind of. If you say it, it means the council might know. Question is, do you want Gareth?
That is very true, but I suppose Torn will just tell her that
because it's also means stuff like the spy master has no clue who Gareth is, for example.
yeah, this is very true.
Wait, you could just say that you've been helped by a young boy called Gareth,
No,
just not make the connection to Jortes.
No, Torn's just going to tell her that Jortes is currently about
Indisposed.
about 9 hells deep in an undercover operation to root out more evil, and he did provide support during this situation, but it is imperative that he stays where he is and continues his undercover investigations.
Okay. Because the alternative, of course, is you just say he's not in the city right now, which is possible.
No, I'm not saying. I'm being as honest with her
that would
as
be a
I
bluff,
can
sadly.
afford to.
I mean, there is an argument that Jortes isn't in the city. Gareth's in the city.
That's still a bluff for obfuscating
It
the
is.
truth.
It is admittedly true.
And she's at least as good as Thorok at reading people. So
Yeah, no, Thorin is not going to try and bullshit the High Judge. He knows better.
Yeah, it's a valid situation you kind of have here with, because according to the logs, Jortes might as well be off the city because he has not appeared through any checkpoints for like weeks now.
Yeah, that's
well,
actually a thing.
At least Hezbollah has, a generic reason now. Undercover operations.
But yeah, she'll kind of accept that. She'll say she's still excited to see the rest of your group at least.
Oh, of course.
And she basically writes you out an appointment slip, hands it to you, and also just kind of reaches into her bag and also just puts something else in your hand and leaves.
Ooh, what is it?
It's a gemstone.
Bomb.
Ooh, a gemstone. What kind of gemstone?
It's a rather nice ruby.
let's
Sweet,
check
let's sell
its
it.
magic when we get home.
Yeah. Is it magic?
It is magic.
Ooh.
Ooh, it might be like a summoning gem.
Oh, also, can after this whole ceremony is over, can Torin attempt to get the scroll of Breath of Life back from the priest? Being adventures and all, and how much I had to spend to get that.
That's not going to be so easy because you have to somehow find the priest again, which is going to be kind of like.
Okay, Torin will schedule an appointment to see him at a later time.
Well, you'll have to have some downtime to do that. Actual time to try and schedule an appointment. But you can try it potentially.
Thankfully, he's probably not going to use it in that time, so
Yeah, that's actually probably pretty decent. But
However, the reddish orange gem you have in your hand, I'm just going to freely identify it because eventually someone would work it out anyway in your group.
okay.
It's an elemental gem of a fire elemental.
exactly what I said. Wonderful.
If it's broken, it will conjure a large fire elemental.
Oh, good.
Interesting.
It can be crushed in your palm if you're strong enough, thrown against the floor and smashed, stabbed with your sword. Doesn't really matter how, just as a stand action you can break it and summon an elemental.
Yep, that one.
You might
going
let
in.
Thorok have that.
Why? Why do you need it?
Because whenever we're in combat, who better to summon a fire elemental near him than Thorok, who's going to be in the middle of the enemy, probably right next to his.
It's not bad. But no, it's like,
And
Sarah, no,
if
one
I'm
of my
right,
people is trapped in that gem.
Wait, isn't there a caveat that we're not necessarily... Okay, never mind.
They're not actually trapped in the gem, if that's what you're wondering.
No, I thought the thing was that when you break that, like, they were just trapped, and that's the thing. If you break from out, all that's going to do is release an elemental, not one who's, like, under...
No,
but
thankfully
apparently...
they're not bound. It's a summoning.
Breaking the gem temporarily summons a creature. It makes a calling to them. And that's it.
So it's less used by hostile people and more used by friends of elementals.
Yeah, what will generally happen, it's an elemental might as a kind of gift to give it an elemental gem, basically with its true name sealed somewhere inside of it.
So you can summon it once.
So basically, when you break it, it will basically call their true name, and they'll hear it, and they'll come temporarily.
And it's always just as they were getting in the bath.
Especially for fire elementals.
I mean, that's not too bad for fire elementals, considering lava is their bath.
Either that or a sauna. Sometimes saunas. But either way, it's warm. But yeah. With that, though, kind of the group is free to kind of leave, or they can enjoy the big festival outside.
After all this, Torin's just going to enjoy the festival for just a little bit, if no one minds.
There's food and drinks, and basically the equivalent of getting t-shirts and caps equivalent.
I would like a cap. Thank you. I'm going back home.
There are drinks from various halflings and dwarves brewing stuff. jewelry you can buy. The merchants have really cashed in and trying to make the best of the situation.
Oh man, I should have set up a stall.
You should have.
Damn.
Gareth, meanwhile, and Lord Altine will actually have a brief time to walk around the crowd as well.
Yay.
Kind of. He kind of has like this huge. He kind of has like there's this like ring of guards around. Kind of. They're not really following you round per se, but you can tell they're kind of keeping an eye on like the banner moving around. Because like, okay, there's a noble there. Be ready.
Oh, right. Just trying. More being a case of if someone tries something against a noble. Not specifically keeping an eye on me.
No, it's kind of keeping an eye on where you are and kind of the crowd around you. Your banner being a very good signal for the guards.
Right, that's fair enough.
But yeah, you'll kind of wander around with Lord Altine as he freely kind of makes some light chat with some merchants and goes to some stalls and like,
Oh wait, actually, Gareth, did you put up an appointment with Sideline or with him?
As I said, I attempted to, and he did not want to have a meeting.
Okay.
I wasn't able to convince him to set up a meeting with you.
Okay.
He's right here if you want to try talking to him.
I mean, I'm not opposed to it.
I can't.
If he doesn't...
I can't stop you. I presume the message would have ran out by now.
Well,
yeah.
Sarah can easily refresh the message if she wants to because she can see where you are in the crowd. Oh, look, a banner.
Oh yeah, guys, come on! I have like 19 bajillion first level spells.
Well, in this case, given Gareth back outside again, you don't even need to use the first level spell if you want to. First level spell just means everyone can move up further in the crowd and explore different places more.
Yeah, no, I'll empower
if you want to come and talk to him, I won't stop you because it's not really my place right at the moment. Just with the caveat of don't make a connection between me and you.
That's fine. Nah, I don't think I need a reason to.
Everybody come with me. NPCs included.
Okay.
We're going to go find some of these dwarves and halflings and have a drink. To a job well done.
What if I could?
George's going to go up to the dwarves and halflings and just say, "Give me something strong and triumphant."
That the dwarves can provide.
Yeah.
Gav is actually because Lord Altine does actually enjoys alcohol himself.
Mm-hmm.
I'm fine.
Does enjoy a nice fine drink. So actually, he does get within 20 feet of the rest of the group at one point.
Yay!
Kind of they're brought in. You can see them there drinking, and actually, Lord Altine even it's kind of more. It's a big day. It's a big celebration. He offers to buy you a proper drink.
If he gets close,
will graciously accept.
Actually, since he's getting
it's
close,
kind of keeping the caveat in mind that it might be a bit too strong for you, but if you want, you can try it.
Actually, seeing as we are this close, as they buy the drink, Gareth will sort of look over and go, "Oh, hey, there's that metal man I told you about," and sort of point over at Sideline. Not really doing anything about it, just pointing out that, "Hey, there he is! I told you." Isn't he weird?
Sideline will wave, bring over 3 drinks, and hand one over to Gareth and the Lord.
See, he looks so different to all the other ones around here. Told ya.
I already knew. I had seen him before.
I am very noticeable. It's sort of a habit of mine.
For purposes of using this map.
Meanwhile, Tor is just raising his free hand fist, shouting, "See!"
Okay.
Okay, ignore him. Beside the point. Yes, sorry. I do apologize that I couldn't work with you.
You enjoyed the festivities? He gests the glass in a bit of a toast.
Silent will gesture back. It was enjoyable, yes. I would say it's definitely
also
enjoyable.
toast down to Gareth.
Yay, drink.
Because you can't really toast up.
He'll try. It's not his fault he's really short.
I mean, you'll grow. No, you
It was
No,
certainly
he really
exciting.
won't.
As he gently enjoys the drink. But as Gareth, and oh god, this is very strong for you. Like for Jortes, like this is pretty good. It's pretty good. It's a little strong side for Jortes, but that's fine.
For Gareth, his body's probably trying to refuse at entry right now.
Mm-hmm. It kind of is. I mean, you can drink it, but you know, the kid body's not used to this strong of alcohol.
Well,
He will do his best to drink it.
well, Lord Altine, if you ever change your mind, I'm always available, especially someone of your standing.
I appreciate the offer. Keep up the good heroics.
Will do. May your age never slow you.
It hasn't yet.
It really hasn't.
Speaking of,
Are you interrupting, Rook?
The Rock was getting
really
a
our
read
sense
on
motive
him,
to analyze his prowess. I know that.
and a CR8 read on him.
Ah,
So I didn't include it in the sense motive.
Yeah, your CR8 is nowhere close. As kind of the Lord and Gareth kind of walk off. He's taking Gareth to have a look
Did I
around some of the
get
shopping
his
stores.
Shopping.
However, you analyze. Let's see. What's the DC for this? I don't know what the DC is for this. I've forgotten.
Bab or 10 plus bluff, whichever's better.
I heard 10 plus bluff or whatever's better, so it's like, I think I'm missing a bit.
10 plus Bab or 10 plus bluff, whichever's better, I believe.
Oh god, he has like at least 16 Bab.
Then I might have just hit it.
You did just hit it.
Aha!
You identified it, yes. He is walking around with 16 Bab.
So he's either a 21st or 22nd level non-full Bab.
I can
Class?
confirm he has at least some ranks in Fighter.
Yeah.
At least 16 levels in
Fork
Fighter.
isn't
plus
entirely sure of
unknown.
all the. Fork isn't entirely sure of all the things he has, but you can tell a few things. One, oh god, you're seeing so many feats light up. Like you don't know what feats because you didn't really exceed him by that much. After all, but you can tell he has a lot of feats. He really knows how to handle himself, and he has, but not just a strong body, but he also has a decently strong mind. Like compulsing him to do something would be very hard. He's a stubborn old man. The downside, that also makes it difficult to convince him to say, "Give you an audience."
Oh man, just another random story. I found the most crotchety, old, stubborn cat in the world the other day. Like, I was out driving the car and I turned a corner and there was this cat walking across the road, really slowly walking. I was like, right, slow down, it'll see me and run in a minute. It stopped, looked directly at me, and then just kept walking exactly as slowly as before.
But yeah, you do get
Like, you
some sense of
fucking
physical
cat.
prowess. So, Bigby. He's powerful. He is not just well trained, but he seems both surprisingly flexible for his old age, but also very strong for his old age still, and still decently hardy as well. Like, despite being definitely in the old category, it doesn't seem like it's really slowed him that much. Could be worse. Like, you know, he probably was better in his prime, but still not, like, he's not slacking, even slightly.
At least a +1 dex.
Yeah.
Oh no, way more than +1 dex.
Yeah, as someone who has seen him go through an obstacle course in full plate armor, better than Jortes could unarmored. Yeah, no, he's got more than 1 dex, and he has a lot of strength.
From your evaluation, kind of combining the two of you, you'd most certainly kind of put him at basically about 20 strength and 16 dex still. Which is a lot. That's a lot.
For an old man, that is a lot.
So that when adventurers get really high level, this is the kind of stuff that, like, this, when you get old, you don't stop.
Honestly, I bet he's had at least a couple of wishes put on his ability scores.
I'm going to say out of character. No, he hasn't. But he did in his prime find tomes of physical
Oh,
prowess.
same thing.
Basically, same thing. It's basically same thing.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Which means, yeah, he's not really not feeling the old age penalty that much. He's doing pretty good. Technically, he has more strength right now than he did when he was like a teenager, and like just started like adventuring. Because he's put his ability to score increases, of course, gone into that and into Dex.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, he's had like bonuses from basically wishes. It's pretty good. It's pretty good.
Very nice.
Yeah, you could definitely tell that this is a man that your biggest trouble is hitting him in the first place. If he was in combat, your biggest trouble would just be landing a blow more than anything else.
In other words, don't power attack.
Because to them, his armor is probably a second skin to him. Probably also has DR, honestly. You're guessing he's wearing armor.
He definitely seemed like the tank of the group.
Mm-hmm. The stories Gareth received has confirmed that with him basically blocking a dragon's breath weapon, supposedly with his shields.
Mm-hmm.
Like his role was to get in, to move forward and block, and yeah, armor master is likely. He was not to be offensive. He was designed to be a wall that you cannot stop.
And he did a good job at that.
Mm-hmm. He was the Iron Gorilla for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
Partly gained during a story, which he will tell Gareth right now, just idly as he's moving through the art marketplace.
Conveniently.
You know, but about part of how he got the name Iron Gorilla. When he literally chased a gorilla through the jungle in his full plate. Swinging from tree to tree with the gorilla.
Oh,
The
Lord.
Jortes finds the best mentors.
It's a pity you're not taking levels in Fighter at all.
No, but he is undertaking training with Altine, which may lead to stuff.
I was about to say, are you getting free retraining, basically?
Retraining has been mentioned. I have considered retraining one or two of my things, but other things have also been mentioned as well as possible stuff for long-term projects.
Interesting. Okay.
I mean, he's quite the powerful man and a very rich one. So it turns out, do enough adventuring and then sell some of your equipment at the end of it.
Mm-hmm. There's a reason he was able to buy the manor.
Mm-hmm. And it's a really big manor and a really nice one.
Oh yeah, it's 4 floors? Yeah, 4 floors.
If you include the basement, 4 floors. Plus, of course, it's got a huge ground of like stables and a kennel and like a private garden, and that's all grassy and maintained grassy despite being in a desert.
Mm-hmm.
So he regularly has druids come along and make his land fertile.
Yeah, and he has gardeners and everything to just keep it looking nice.
Partly because he originally came from the north, and he wants to still have it like a north, like how his home was in the north. You won't stop him because he is old. Also, all of you do see also that he had a tattoo on his cheek of what's basically a compass, right on his cheek, which is interesting. Doesn't really show up well on his little picture there, but oh well. Anyway, with that though, all of you have the poet trying to kind of relax. There's a bit of a shopping spree with Gareth and him as he kind of just buys random things.
He will, in particular, try to buy something for Rune as a little gift for him from such a big event.
Do you have some kind of idea what you'd want to get him as like a gift?
Not a clue, but I will try to find him something.
If nothing else, you could always get baked goods.
Baked goods are always popular. I'd like something more permanent, but yeah, we can sort something out later.
You can consider something for that, that's fine. For the rest of the group, though, you return to the ship. Gareth goes back to his manor for at least, like, you at least kind of go back for, like, an hour or so as he kind of, like, undresses you and talks to you for a little bit and, you know,
if nothing else,
get you out of, like, the
change
fine
and-
clothes.
Yeah. Back into the peasant and his other suit.
Well, you're not really required to work today. He's kind of given you more as a day off, so...
Yeah.
Like, he can stay, or you can go back to the airship and talk to the main group, your choice.
You know, I'm presuming the rest of the group would have whispered him, you know, the whole meeting with what's her face and the fact that you've told them that he's undercover, so it isn't expected there. So, you know, he has nothing to do at the airship, so he might as well just stay here and have fun.
Alright.
Why don't you love us anymore, Jordan?
Well, you're not going to be there. Well, I guess you will in the afternoon.
Yeah,
But yeah,
we go tomorrow.
Yeah, but you know, there's still.
That's the kind of point that
nothing-
you could go back to the airship if you wanted and basically, like, talk to the others and, like, plan with them and stuff. Try to.
Yeah, he might go back there like afternoon, late afternoon, or actually it would have been that point by now.
I mean, basically, like, it was like 6, 7 p.m. by the time you left the festival, so...
Yeah, so we're talking at least 7, half 7 by the time they've changed and talked and blah blah blah. So yeah, he'll probably hang about till sort of 8, half 8ish, and then you know the excitement of the days tired him out.
Also, he's feeling very lightheaded.
Yeah, just from a single drink, geez, that's embarrassing.
I mean, admittedly, it was a dwarven drink as well.
It's still embarrassing for Jortes.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't think it's embarrassing for you. I mean, you're a kid.
No, he doesn't, but Jortes is embarrassed for himself. He used to be such a seasoned drinker.
But yeah, the rest of you get back to the airship. Meanwhile, at some point, eventually, I presume, unless you just stay in the festival like all night.
Nah.
Nah.
No.
Depends how drunk they get.
Getting back to the ship, you will find out there's been a package left at the ship.
Ooh.
For who?
Celtic's cover.
You will be informed by Alex that it was brought by this very loudmouth redhead woman.
Celtic's extra cover.
I think it might be for me.
It does seem to be addressed to Jortes.
I'm gonna go leave it in his room.
All right.
Actually, hold on. Tor's going to check to make sure there isn't anything alive in there.
There doesn't seem to be anything alive.
Okay, and I'm just going to leave it in Jortes' room.
The other thing you're also informed of is there's been a minor explosion on the ship, but that's nothing to be concerned about.
Eh?
Okay.
Does anything need to be repaired?
A few tables, but
Okay, we need to work on that.
Okay, what was the reasoning for the explosion?
he basically just tells you to go talk to Ren.
Ran in? Why are you exploding things?
You'll kind of go into kind of his research room. Brendan has like a burn on his left cheek. The room is kind of in a wreck.
Why
He's in,
did
the
you
middle,
explode and why?
he's in the middle of drawing a giant ritual circle on the ground as he kind of looks at you. Oh. Hi.
What did you explode and why?
I made the minor miscalculation.
What were you trying to accomplish?
A slightly different method of long-range communication.
And it exploded? I don't like this communication. You don't have to do smoke signals or whatever.
It's not smoke signals.
You're not there. It's fine. You're not there. You won't be back until later.
Long range communication could explode. I mean, it does require a bunch of energy.
I mean, any ritual could explode. That's the core nature of rituals.
Oh, good luck with that. Let me know if you need any help.
I'll be fine. I'll be fine. Do you have anything to be kind of look like points to the burns?
Tor's is going to put his hand on Ren's cheek, rub with his thumb a bit, dump like 10 hit points in him, and say you'll be fine.
Oh, that's good. He's down to 3 hit points of damage left, which he'll heal overnight.
I'm just imagining Thor like rubbing off the burn marks like it was a smudge.
You know, Ren's got
God,
used to it.
Torrent's becoming the mother.
I mean, Sarah's not the best mother figure in the ship, so.
Like,
Sarah's more the
the
auntie.
doctor of the ship, and he's kind of nearing fathering age. So
I imagine Sarah's more like the aunt of the ship.
Sarah's the vodka. Nice.
You know, we could totally get her some vodka.
Other than that, though, you have been informed that, but you also be informed by Renan that there is that apparently the group is going to be the group. Well, he's been told to tell all of you that tomorrow night he wants that all of you should be around.
What for?
That you have a guest who will be warping onto the ship.
Me as well?
Yes.
You will have a guest appear on the ship.
Okay.
Well, the entire group will have a guest appearing on the ship.
Who's
A friend
the
of
guest?
yours.
Do we?
Time
Could you
frame?
be a little any more vague?
Renan will reach into his pocket and hold a black dragon scale.
Oh.
I was.
Lovely.
Huh,
It's been a while.
huh.
Now, is it the little one or the big one?
Renan
I'm
shrugs.
guessing yes.
Probably, yes.
It's likely both.
Likely, I hope it's the little one, because that one seems to be, I don't know. That's the only one I know. I don't know the big one. What's the big one?
The little one is a ball of rage.
Oh, right.
Ball of blood rage.
I thought we were talking about the dragons. So I was saying the little one was
Alright.
at Macavine.
Thora, can you come with me? I need to go shopping.
What is this going to
Someone
conflict
carry
with our meeting?
barrels.
Look, the meeting, not really. The meeting you kind of have in the morning, and this will be kind of happening like afternoon, evening.
Well, I guess I have nothing to do except fix tables till then. So
Does mean Gareth will have to kind of stay here tomorrow, but that's, Lord Altine, was allowing you a day off, so it's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Just relax, enjoy your family.
Yes. He's planning to.
You've been such a good kid helping him out, doing all of your chores every single day. Pet's head.
Apart from the one day where I got the other servants to do it for me.
Hey, as far as he's aware, you did your chores before you went out. Like, all your chores were done.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, isn't he adorable? Anyway,
He is the most adorable.
with that, though, really's not the best really time to do shopping now. You probably want to do shopping like tomorrow. But,
I mean, it's probably going to have to be in the morning, I guess.
but though, later on, kind of Gareth will also make it back to the ship. How's the group feeling at this point? Like, what's going through everyone's head at this point? Like, what's happened?
I'm feeling pretty confident.
So ready to sleep.
Torun's honestly a little bit depressed.
Mm-hmm.
If anybody, went into Torun's room to speak with him, they probably would have noticed a large great sword just sort of laying against his bed.
Gareth
It appears
probably
elven
would,
in
'cause
design.
He was planning on talking with Torun at some point about stuff, which will probably be delayed when he sees Torun being depressed. But he'll ask, what's up? Who thought you'll be happier soon as, we saved their life?
Torun will just dismiss that with pretty much weddings remind him of a better time in his life.
Gareth looks at Torun, looks at the sword, understands completely, and just says, if you need anything, give me a yell, and then we'll give Torun his privacy. Unless you want a kid to just sit around.
If someone needs help, it's something else he can focus on.
I mean, if you really want to distract yourself, you could always help Renan with the ritual. But
Sure, why not?
you have knowledge Arcana and spellcraft, I think. So
Sideline will stop by at some point during the ritual and drop off some of that tea that Torin enjoyed. Pre-boiled and everything, ready to be just consumed.
Renan will appreciate it. He enjoys tea.
Yep.
How's Forok and Sarah feeling after that?
Pretty good. We barely had to do anything. Like,
Yeah,
it's pretty
Maggie
good
did
seeing.
everything for you.
Maggie was your main aid.
Like, she's
God,
basically.
speak for yourself. I had to run all the way up a tower! The tallest tower!
Though admittedly, Sarah catching that bouquet was very important.
Yeah, look at me.
It did give us another insight.
I should grab
Let me know
flowers.
if you want me to make fireworks for your wedding.
I'm not planning on having that anytime soon, thanks.
We're getting married, Sarah?
You did nat 20 that bouquet catching.
It was. It must have looked spectacular. Shame no one was there to see it. Or at least nobody that matters.
She trampled at least 3 people to get to that bouquet.
Side note, by the way, if Forok wanted to catch the bouquet and he was outside, he would have automatically caught it because of
Snatch arrows, yeah.
Hooray.
I'm just imagining Thorok just like reaching up, clutching in the air, just crushing the whole thing in his big, meaty fist.
But there was a specific age figure there, which is if you have catch arrows or snatch arrows, skip to success.
Sideline is basically sitting there wondering while fixing tables. I wonder if I'll have her have a wedding. Probably not.
Depends if you ever get what's her face, her own body.
Mira?
That's it, Mira.
They'd be the most bickering old couple ever.
Yeah, but
Yes.
all couples end up like that, so
They
let's
start
get a
like
head
it.
start.
Well, they are an old couple. You've been together for how many thousands of years?
I've lost count.
That's what I thought.
Lost count of the thousands.
That's what I thought.
Do you at least still remember your anniversary?
And by the way, there were scenes though where people were actually brawling for bouquets, but Sarah's fine.
You know, I bet you could have sold that for a decent amount as like a souvenir.
Did Sarah keep the bouquet?
Yes, she shoved it in her back folding.
Alright, you keep the bouquet. It's a nice bouquet.
She's gonna stick them in some water. Ah,
Obviously.
as soon as she gets a chance, she's totally go verdant blood and try and make sure that we grow.
You could do that.
Just don't
Do you
forget
want?
about them
Do you
this
want to
time.
keep them? I could probably convince them to, root.
There might be
He's a
another
herbalist.
story. Sure.
I'll also, because I'll help Sarah do the what is it? The alchemical sunlight stuff, magical sunlight stuff.
You
I
do
mean,
have the
I-
idea of making a basically chemical, basically garden.
I guess I could start working on that instead of saying every downtime that Sarah basically sleeps forever.
Yeah.
I mean, you did stuff last downtime. You were rather successful with that. You got intel.
Mm-hmm.
But she does tend to be quite lazy.
And you even slightly tinged a creature by scratching its back with a magic missile.
I probably would have that with the one spell I have that ignores spell resistance at that point.
Mm,
You dropped rocks in its head. Oh no.
Exactly.
Took a couple of points of damage.
Haha.
But Torrens doesn't check that being no problem. They'll stop growing. Keep them in a nice sunny area and keep them watered. It'll be fine.
I'll keep the next to my window.
You know, I just realised I'm so glad that while I'm doing undercover stuff now, there's one less thing for me to worry about getting intel on.
Mm-hmm.
With this though, this will move on. The night will go. More research will be done on the ritual. Torren, roll me an Arcana check.
You can have Fortune Charm. Haven't used it today yet.
Well, am I going to have to roll any other checks for this, or just Arcana?
And there'll also be a spellcraft check.
How is my spellcraft? Not as good. Although I did roll a 7 on this, so I think I'll Fortune Charm the Arcana. That's,
Eh,
average. I will take it.
You know, if you wanted help, you could have asked Sarah. She could have sent Maggie to go help you. She literally cannot fail to aid on Arcana.
And I rolled really well in Spellcraft.
Well, with those 2 checks, you certainly managed to aid and kind of see some of the issues in Renan's ritual and help correct them for him.
You prevent it blowing up again.
As he seems to be working away, and he does legitimately though. You can see like he's making it's a very complex set of magic he's doing, but if correct, he should be able to do some more better long-range communication with it. In theory.
How long range would we be talking?
I'm guessing the continent, otherwise you wouldn't be doing this.
Yeah, it's well, it could even technically spread off the continent a little bit.
Well, good, if we're close enough, we can hit the Somerset Isles.
Yeah, in theory, you're close enough. The basic idea of it is kind of like him making a ritual version of sending, kind of, though more words.
Hmm. It's a very complex design. It's slightly based on remember the charm you got, which only doesn't work if there's a water connection between you.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
It's based kind of off that actually in design.
Oh yeah,
No, we have 2 of those. We have those 2 link charms aboard a ship.
The
So.
only downside is this does require you to have something to kind of use as a focus of the creature. Though he's partly hoping that for anyone important, they can get Elliot to make a drawing of them,
Mm.
since that technically a picture or likeness counts as a focus. A weak one, but it's a focus.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So in theory, if you have someone you want to try contact with it, he could try to test it on that. If any of you have anyone who want to test it on this night in particular.
Sure.
Who does Silent want to contact?
Athena.
You're not making this hard at all, okay?
Wow, you're really stress testing this, are you? Does anybody
Yes.
have a more reasonable request?
No. I like when I stress testing.
Well, in which case, I suppose Mira will describe what what Athena's true avatar looks like.
And Sideline will also hand over the elven chain that she made.
Nice. I wouldn't really say it's a focus to her anymore because it's kind of too bonded to your test at this point.
Ah, okay.
It's more his than hers. So still though with Mira, you can have like Elliot draw like a likeness of what her avatar looks like.
What is it, anyways? I actually don't know.
Her
It's a cat.
her avatar is very weird. If any of you are familiar with some of the more obscure parts of Christian mythology that involves angels that are essentially like rings,
Ah, those.
Yes.
it's something like those. I don't have a good picture. If anyone can find one, you can feel free. But still, though, I will see how it goes.
Decent blow up.
The ritual goes fine. Sideline. You can, for 10 minutes, have a conversation with Athena.
Cool.
As the kind of ritual goes through and kind of the power bellows and the kind of focusing crystals he kind of set up begin to shimmer. And there's kind of just a sphere that you speak through and you can kind of hear her talking back. And yes, that is actually a kind of what her true form looks like. Inside of all that. Thousands and thousands of eyes in the rings.
There was a specific other image I was looking for, but
It's not a bad one, honestly. Because part of her form does involve thousands of eyes, because that's what she is. She is every single eye of that building. She's every single machine in that building. She is thousands of creatures, and at one at the same time. Very weird. But yeah, you can hold 10 minutes of conversation with Athena. The ritual works, it seems.
Cool.
Yay.
It's a little bit staticky. It's like talking like through like a slightly old cell phone. But hey, it works. It's a decent idea what he did. Basically, using the ley lines to basically transport the magical information down the ley lines. Just injecting a small signal in. It's a little bit dangerous, as hence why it exploded the first time. But
I mean, you are dealing with later.
oh yeah, sideline. That's the one I was looking for.
Yes.
I also found this.
it was Sideline's one that was one more Sideline one I was referring to before. Sideline was a more appropriate one because of how complex hers is. Yeah.
Funny that we all had like the same mental image of Athena.
I mean, I did describe her to be like, the eye-ringed angels that told you decent well if anyone who knew what they were.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, with that.
I'll just message you what I want to send her.
Sure. Brendan is around for the entire duration, as can be Torrance, since he helped do the ritual. He did
You can go ahead and start the next scene. I'm just using the bathroom really quick.
With that, though, and kind of all this put together, though, unless any of you have want Brendan to do like a ritual again tonight, in case any of you have like someone you want to contact.
Nah. Yeah, I don't at least.
It's fair though. If like Sarah or Fork might have someone they want to contact.
Can we use this to prank call? Could we like messages scoring?
I mean, in theory, you could try to contact Escorin with it.
Just,
Let's develop
hey,
your-
Escorin, you suck. Hang up.
That would be great.
So Renan's there for 1d4 times 10 minutes conducting the ritual.
Yep. Just to say you suck and then hang up.
I think it's 1d4 times 10 minutes. No, it's 1d6 times 10 minutes. There's a variable duration, but
I'm totally up for telling him he sucks. I'm so up for that.
I would really rather not taunt the extremely powerful undead being from the shadow plane.
And okay, Big B.
But it's fun.
What's wrong with you people?
Yeah, with this though, first thing, I'll now handle what Tinder.
Yeah.
Since this bit's more relevant to you, you got a package.
Yay!
Does little Gareth like presents?
I assume he's been told who delivered it.
Probably.
Yeah, there's a note on it.
Then yeah, he'll just eagerly open it up. Won't even check for anything. He'll just basically like rip the paper off, kid at Christmas kind of thing.
Yay, girlfriend presents. Mine.
And inside is
Explosives! Yay!
I was thinking exploding runes.
It just explodes into heart-shaped confetti.
well, actually, the first thing is confetti comes up.
Yay!
Called it.
As it's now like sitting like all stuck in Gareth's hair, pink confetti.
That's just part of his look now. He doesn't even try to remove it.
I mean, someone will force you to remove it later, but
Yeah, but for now it's just yeah.
you have your days off. You can keep the confetti.
It'll naturally fall out eventually.
Probably.
Oh my god, someone's gonna be picking up single pieces of confetti for the next week.
You're welcome.
But on top of that, though, there seems to be a well, there seems to be a few things in there. One, inappropriate for a young kid love poem.
Much blushing ensues.
It's rather inappropriate for a kid, but for George Test, it's like Ooh.
Yeah, because he mentally he still gets every single bit of
You
it.
understand the entire. You understand the entire thing because
Yeah, it's just more
you might not have the
physically.
drive,
He's more
but-
just
yeah.
blushing a lot.
But it's it's a rather nice love poem, rather intimate one. There's also a there is also a little ruby ring in there,
Ooh.
which sadly is too big for Gareth right now. It kind of
Hmm.
falls off.
He'll try putting it on anyway. Falls off. Oh,
Like you kind of slide it onto your thumb and it kind of stays a little bit.
you would have thought after Camilla's ring he'd have learnt about just putting on random jewelry. Nope, just straight on it goes.
Like it doesn't really fit that well, but hey, kind of fits ish. Just keep an eye on it so you don't drop it by accident. Tori, I need sovereign glue.
No, I think if it doesn't fit, actually, he'll get like a cord of leather or something and just make a necklace out of it.
You can wear it as a necklace. That works. Because it was designed for
now.
adult. It was designed for adult Jortas, not kid.
Mm-hmm.
The last thing kind of in there, though, happens to be something that is rather odd for her to be sending you. It's a small box with a lever on the side, and it's kind of covered all colourfully.
A small box with a lever.
Basically, it looks like a jack-in-the-box, though you don't know what one of those are.
That's what I was imagining. Huh. You know what? He is just going to start pulling the lever.
It starts playing music. And suddenly, the top will pop open. And what's sitting there? Firstly, it's more confetti.
Yay! More stuff to annoy Sideline with.
This confetti is yellow, red, and blue.
Yay!
The other thing, though, that's there, which is of particular interest.
God, don't tell me it's a wedding invite.
Well, it is a letter.
Okay.
And it seems to be an invitation to a small party her family's having.
Oh, God damn it. I cannot deal with this. I'm a kid, I cannot deal with this.
Let's be honest, you're not going to be allowed to go. You're a kid.
Mm-hmm. When's the party?
Like 2 days.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot I can do about that.
But it's saying like she'd love to see you there. She's missed you. Hope you're okay. Hasn't really heard much about you or your deeds recently.
Right.
Also, be careful because the scary serial killer start there.
Hey, what?
There was a cannibal serial killer on the street.
Oh yes, there was. I completely forgot about that.
I'm telling you because she knows you have like kids on the ship, and apparently they've been targeting them a lot.
Oh God, that's foreshadowing. Yeah, if the serial killer comes after Jortes, I kind of pity him.
Then they're not expecting a kid with 9 levels of Rogue.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I imagine the serial killer's gonna like pick you up and just go, I am going to enjoy eating you, and you'll just like go, it's gonna be a little difficult to eat me without this, as you hold up his stomach.
You know what's convenient? And of course, as this would go, like he would have picked Garrett up in a dark alley, meaning behind him is a wall.
Mm-hmm. Yep. But one of the days,
he just picks up Gareth. Gareth boops him on the nose and says, "You fucked up."
No, one of the days during downtime, there was legitimately a case where he was walking to work, and I think like three teenagers, basically, they were being bullies, little gang they've got, oh, this is our street, ha ha ha, you have to pay us. And as they were getting closer, he just sort of was just like, yeah, no, it's not worth it, guys. Seriously, it's not worth it. And he ended up just acrobating all the way around all of them. I was just like, yeah, no, go away. You're not even worth it.
You're not good enough to easily clear the CMDs and just kind of go away.
Mm-hmm. It's like, yeah, not even worth me slowing down for you guys. Doop 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 doop
doop. Just saying, J-Mac, this was already a rumor the group got told like a week ago.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
It just happens to be that, she's giving a warning again because he seems to be doing a lot more stuff, and she knows you have like young people in your ship who they might target.
Now the question is, what do I do about this?
We put you out as a lure, and then we have Sideline shoot him in the head.
Not about the cannibal. We
Oh.
can deal with that any time. I mean, the girlfriend.
Oh, okay.
She's inviting him to a party, and he can't really show up because he's Gareth, not Jordas.
Okay, what you do is you write a letter and have a runner take it to her, explaining that you're kind of balls deep in undercover heroics right now.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking.
Because
If it makes you feel any better, you can blame me if you want.
Oh, well, I was probably going to.
Because the only alternative is like Gareth like showing up with like auto self extracts.
Those only last minutes per level.
I know. And my first thought was the couple of human guys, but then I can't look like Jortes again like that. I can't even turn into an adult of the right race.
You'd need a greater hat of disguise, which you don't have.
Mm-hmm.
Just saying. I could try and steal your identity.
No. You are not going on my date for me.
Well, Sarah would love to go on your date. What, two fiery redhead women? Let's go with it. Great.
Admittedly, you should probably see for it.
Anyway.
Yeah, Jortes will send a letter in response, and I'll PM you what he's actually going to put in it.
Meanwhile, though, the next day will kind of come round, and the others will go to the meeting set for the High Judge. As you were taken to her private office in the palace.
Sweet.
And as you kind of go into the room, all of you are taken 10 feet into the room, the door closes behind you.
Okay.
As she kind of turns around with a very fast tapping foot and a very conflicted thought.
So let me guess. The first question is going to be, who the hell are you people? Am I right?
Well, she's met us before, hasn't she?
Yeah.
No, I mean, as in, like, who are we actually?
Get talking. Explain how you knew what you knew, and what exactly is going on here properly.
Control Shift A.
Like, how much does the group want to reveal? Was a good question.
Yes. I say we even go to the king part.
No.
I say yeah. Why not? At this point,
we really don't go to the king part.
We know that we could just we were also given him by the Grand Enforcer?
By the
Thorax,
Council
Sarah,
Enforcer, yes.
Thorax, Sarah, your thoughts on how much we should say?
Thorok wants to say everything.
I trust her.
Well,
I don't think we should say it.
But
I'll say now, don't mention Jortes' transformation, because
Oh,
that's why he didn't come with us.
You are not getting mentioned after a certain point.
Yeah, that's true.
Thorok wants to be like as honest as possible. We got from a pair of friends of ours who scour the outer planes for information.
All right. Well, I guess
We got
we're
an
info
informed
dumping.
prophecy.
Now, last question. Are we telling her about the king situation, or like the fact that he was with us, or not?
I don't think it's that relevant.
I don't think it's relevant.
Yeah, that's not relevant
fucking
to-
relevant.
It's not relevant to this thing, though. The Ascorn thing is not relevant to the Drow thing as much.
Then Sideline will bring up, do you want to know about all of our endeavors in the city, or just this situation?
I can read reports on what you've been doing throughout the city. I want to know what happened here.
Okay.
Then yeah, let's just share everything
Right, okay.
about this situation.
Right.
Okay. Who is going to be leading?
Me. I have the highest diplomacy of the group.
Alright.
Alright.
Others are allowed
Here's where
to
it's a
aid.
bluff check.
Others are allowed to aid, or you may choose to not say anything at risk you might say something wrong. Your choice.
Sarah will share all she knows about escorting.
Alright.
Mostly because she's the one who knows the things.
Actually, if Sarah aids, I will grant her +4 bonus to the aid instead of +2 because you do know so much about escort.
Ha ha ha.
You do have some knowledge the rest of the group doesn't fully comprehend. You had some very intimate experience with him after all.
That's what happens when you go for someone's head.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, Thorok. How's your diplomacy?
Well, I mean, normally it's a negative, and right now I don't know if Discord will hold up enough for me to actually get bonuses roleplay wise. Also, I'm getting rid of all my buffs at the moment, so
Okay. So you're
Sorry,
not
give me
going
a
to be
second.
providing aid?
like I said, give me a second.
Okay. Sideline. While he's doing that,
Yeah, I'll be helping. Yeah, sure.
Hal, what are you saying?
I'd probably be explaining various details about what was observed during the ceremony itself, explaining what he saw, as well as explaining what he would know about the shadowy figure, and also certain theories about what Escorn is fully capable about due to what he's seen under his control, as well as the fact that he has shades. So basically, running guesses about, not guesses, running theories about what Sideline has.
I mean, as Scorn.
Escorn, yes. What Sideline has on Escorn is what I meant.
So you're using your
Mostly
your knowledge of magic and its applications to sort of estimate his power.
Yeah. And also, what he's actually after, explaining the vault, about what's in it and what he's after in it. And what that could mean in implication.
Yeah, bad stuff.
Bad stuff.
Alright, do we get any additional bonuses from Sideline?
He can roll to aid. That.
I will roll to see if I can actually aid in diplomacy, right? Or what check is this?
Yep, roll to aid.
Diplomacy.
Aid in diplomacy.
Do I have any, tears to wine?
Yeah, here's the one. Is the thing.
Then I can't fail to aid. Okay. Yeah, Kylie's currently spazzing out in, I'm just saying you're spazzing out in Overwatch.
In that case, Thorok isn't going to chime up too much in the conversation. He's just sort of going to be watching the High Judge and gauging her reactions.
Okay, so I'm at a total plus 25 for this.
Go ahead when you're ready to roll.
35. I rolled
Average.
completely average. I'm happy about this.
I am pleased.
The information is conveyed eloquently and decently from kind of the group, and in a clear and concise way. Luckily, with Torrens also having knowledge of kind of how she would operate normally anyway, with also having barrister knowledge,
Mm-hmm.
that it makes it slightly easier to kind of convey it all in a way that, would probably, fit her the best. Thorok does find it difficult to read her thoughts. She's pretty good at kind of holding a still expression. Judges should, after all.
Yeah.
But certainly you get the feeling though that she's not annoyed at you. She simply doesn't want. She's simply just annoyed that she's kind of in the dark right now. She needs the information.
Understandably.
Though you do sense there's another reason she called this meeting, but we'll have to get to that. She's going to go through and listen. She'll nod. She won't say too much. She'll just kind of take the information in and listen. Before writing some things down. All right. Supposing everything you've said is true. Also, you telling her? Did you tell her about the origins of like Escorin, or at least what you know about him, or where you met him and stuff?
Yes.
You mean like how we broke him out of the room?
Correction.
Yeah, I think so. Plus
Well,
It's kind of my fault.
well, what are you going to be doing about this problem?
Hopefully attempt to kill him eventually, or find out more about him. Okay, you know how I have this big thing on my forehead?
It's pretty obvious. She reaches into her pocket, reaches into her drawer, and pulls out a holy symbol. It starts glowing.
Yeah, not that I don't love being a one-man brave, but I have an issue. Essentially, I know people who have a way of finding more about escorting. They require me to attend a party and essentially buddy up.
By the way, you have Knight right outside the door, waiting for you.
Yeah, but he can't hear me right now. I need to buddy up with these people to essentially let the people I know get access to the records of who Escorn might have been in this past life. Unfortunately, kind of supposed to not really go as myself, and you know, brings out a holy symbol and like flashes, puts it away, takes it out again. Yeah, you see the issue.
This would be a great situation for Starline to just have like a system that just kind of automatically kind of like slides back and forth and brings the holy symbol closer and farther away.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, unfortunately, Escorn is presently leagues more powerful than us, so dealing with him in any direct method is presently impossible. However, we do currently have some Oracle-like insight into his current endeavors, and so we're doing everything we can to thwart his attempts at gaining power.
Well, all right, that's acceptable. All right, that's acceptable. Our main business here is. That's all I needed from you. I thank you for all you did. It sounds like my life was in quite a bit of danger here.
Well, you protected my brother. I certainly owed it to you.
You free? Kind of just set the Sarah sideline for it. Can you please wait out in the hall?
Sure.
Can we come back in afterwards?
You come
Do you
back
have a
in
particular
We
question?
will
instead.
let you
Do you
know.
have a particular question? Otherwise, the meeting is adjourned for you, Free.
I was wondering whether or not you had any ties with the kingdom down south that I had in question. If you had a link there, it would make my task a lot easier, considering I can barely do anything towards it.
Not a particular one, no.
Okay, well, it's worth an ask.
I will ask you to do something for me and at least help. I'm currently dealing with the idea that Escorn has a replacement that could bond with the Sun Spirit. I'm trying to figure out who that is. If you could work towards figuring that out, that would be lovely. So
It
if we
sounds
can,
something more suited to the Spy Master than the High Judge.
yes, I know, but I can't do. I'm working on it myself, and really anyone can help. And if she might have records about who would be potentially in the bloodline that could do that.
I will consider looking into it.
Okay. I don't want to kill him. I want to make sure he won't work with Escorin.
Anything for you, Mr. Dwarf?
There's a small favor I would like to ask.
She nods.
We were not alone in actually being able to do this. A large part of this, particularly on my end, was the fact that I found one of my brothers from a monastery up north in duty and employ among your guards.
The Mage
I would
Bane's a
ask him.
particular. The mage blade is particularly useful for the reinforcement of our magical lines.
Aye. If he had not been around, I do not know if I would have been able to influence the guards how I did, and so ask if you might. He is wise and strong, very deserving of it.
I didn't hear. Were you asking if you could give him a promotion? Or?
Just a reward that he would deserve for this sort of thing.
She gives a small smile to that, despite her being in a very serious mood right now. I can accept that. I agree.
Thank you.
Family is important.
Aye.
How about asking her for a reward for your test?
As far as she's aware, you didn't do much.
Oh, and also, could you lay in mind in future notice that if I, for some reason, shoot someone in a very, very open public setting, that you'd put in a good word for me and probably say I had a good reason?
We'll have to cover that bridge when we get to that.
Yeah.
Mm.
I was 3.4 milliseconds away from, having to do that.
Anyway, you free? She kind of gestures.
Yes.
Aye.
Slinks away.
She doesn't quite have the same elegant call to her right now, possibly because her life nearly was on the line yesterday. Who knows?
Yeah, that's fair.
But as they kind of leave, she kind of gestures and the door closes. Power of cantrips.
I tremble in awe at her power.
Mr. Riot?
Hmm.
Well, I have good news and bad news.
What's the bad news?
Bad news is you owe the state a bounty of 5,000 gold.
Send someone by the airship later to pick it up.
Alright. The good news for you, though, is once that bounty is paid, your brother of Alphys is being returned to you. As she kind of reaches into her drawers and
Okay, Torrent, that's a bit too much evil in that laugh.
Oh, come on, Tinder, you know me. When I am very happy, all of my laughs come out evil.
as she will reach in her drawer, as she will reach in her drawer and hand you a scroll for you to look at.
Torn is going to hold it and basically just freeze, sort of dumbfounded.
Please read it.
Torn will open it.
It is a handwritten right from the king, ordering his release once a payment for the equipment he's damaged in the mine to be paid off.
So Torn's going to
it's a slap on the wrist.
Torn's going to look at her and say, "I suppose I have some explaining to do."
No explaining needs to be done.
Oh, have you spoken to the king already?
This order has been sent, and I know everything I need to know.
She's a good judge. She just does what the king says.
Just, if you could do me one favor.
Oh.
Trust in the king, but no one else in the inner council. They are trying to destroy everything you hold dear in your country. The king is a good boy, and I have met him. Just everyone else in the inner council cannot be trusted. Nona and the enforcer can be. We know that much. Everyone else is questionable at best.
Well,
I'm sorry, sir,
we
but
just read paranoia.
I'm sorry, sir, but I'm unsure what matter of politics exactly you got yourselves into. But
It's not politics.
I think you need a break. Torin, you get the sense she's sending you a secret message of "shut the hell up" right now. You're in a room where you're possibly being watched.
Soren just kind of raises an eyebrow and goes, "What, you're saying having a goddamn drow on the council is a good thing, and then there's that slaver asshole. I mean, Jesus, what is with you people? How could you let someone like that on your inner council? I mean,
We don't have the power to control that. The laws in which state his power was selected from all of those eligible by vote, and we could not stop it, as it was not a vote of the council, but a vote of the landowners.
Right, I'm sure that must have been so good to line their pockets. I suppose I must apologize for the blatant racism and hatred for slavers, but I needed to get that off my chest.
Please, just try to relax and ensure that we have everything under control.
All right.
Now, I hope you're reuniting with your brother though goes well. It's been too long for you.
Yes, and one thing I would like to say is I'd like to give my condolences for your own losses. I saw you mourning.
It's all right. We've all lost much in this world.
Well, if you'll excuse me, I have something of a party to organize and find some way to contain my overwhelming excitement. I'm sure it hasn't quite completely hit me yet, considering I'm not jumping out of my boots.
Please, go on. I need to prepare for my next court case.
Yes. And Torn's just going to go out, still holding the scroll, and just kind of go, so, who wants to meet my brother?
He's not allowed on the ship.
Seconded.
You don't have a choice.
God damn it! I'll get ready to repair kits.
Tor's just going to start walking. It's okay. From what I hear, he's a much more reasonable person than when he was, how old was he, 12?
Much
Yeah, I
more
thought he was
reasonable.
12.
Reasonable times 0 is still 0. I happen to like my ship. I don't want it broken.
It's not your ship.
I fix it.
Not your ship. You're just the mechanic and the repair guy.
You cannot deny. You cannot deny. I put a lot of care and love into it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh god, this is going to be a mess.
Right. So we all go back to the airship, and first thing Torn is doing is Torn's going to ask Renan how quickly can he fire up the sending machine.
1d6 times 10 minutes. Somewhere between 10 minutes and an hour, depending on how the ley lines are.
I'd like to get a message out to Caster.
He could certainly get started on the ritual for such. Be back within, probably about 10-20 minutes, I guess.
Okay.
You just in case.
And Torn is going to send Alex to a certain dwarven friend of mine, requesting if there are any possessions of theirs left behind that we might be able to use for a focus, so that Valthus can, talk to his kids.
There are possessions left behind. They couldn't really take all their stuff. They couldn't really bring like a backpack worth each.
Yeah. Just need, a focus for each of them.
You can find something.
And Torn is going to inform pretty much everyone else aboard, like everyone aboard the airship. Brace for impact. Because Valthus will be coming aboard.
You find Sideline in his workshop, preparing 30 different tool sets.
Bracing for impact is the correct way to put this. As well,
You
I know this.
You mean we get to meet the other doggy? Cool.
And just
basically his response.
everyone's going to notice Torun pacing around a lot and just slowly, well, not so slowly, rather quickly getting just like slowly more and more anxious and like both excited and scared. And he just looks like he has functionally no idea what to feel, how to handle all these feelings, or even, if he completely understands everything that's about to happen.
Oren, we
But
still
you
have
did-
a black dragon going to be teleporting above our ship very soon as well.
hmm
Oh god, that's right.
The Black
Oh
Dragon's,
god, that's right.
the Black Dragon's going to appear in like 10, 20 minutes.
That's why Sideline basically, when he did that, he held up a clutch with countdown timers. Like, if I know this guy, he's going to show up about around here.
Eventually, of course, at some point though, before anything with dragons happened, I basically tax collector will show up and say that Tor and Rally currently owes 5,000 gold to the state.
Yep.
So you're willing to pay off the damages of your brother.
Yep.
You can also be given a recount of what the damages of how the damages got made. Some of these from him literally headbutting a watchtower.
Huh.
I think I would rather him tell a story. I'm sure it will be more entertaining that way.
Sure.
Right.
It turns out he didn't take being in prison too well. Still though, you'll be informed in a couple of days' time. It's going to take a little bit for them to get him back from the mines, but in a couple of days' time, he will be ready for you to collect, and you will be brought to collect him. Probably have about 3 days, I'm guessing.
Okay.
Which should also give you plenty of time to prepare somewhere for him to stay and similar things. He's not going to have a whole lot, after just being in prison.
Yeah.
They also recommend getting a new set of clothes for him.
I'll do it.
3 days? Oh, thank God! I can round off 87% of the corners in this ship.
Mm-hmm.
Don't worry,
We
he'll find that
don't need to
13%.
child-proof the airship.
You say this! Childproofing isn't versus just the people in the ship; it's versus the ship itself as well.
I mean, Gareth's fine. He's been going around the ship. He hasn't hurt himself.
Well, mostly.
He has left confetti everywhere.
Yeah. But that didn't hurt him.
Gareth, do you know how many streamers I pulled out various air vents?
Not
We are-
enough.
We are currently at 74.
Yeah, I know there was more than that.
We are familiar too. We've been sensing of various clogging, but we're having trouble getting, well, for example, ourselves down into that part of the vents. We're too large. Gareth, you know what?
I'm
You
sure
go
you'll
down in
find
that vent.
some
You go
way.
grab them. You like confetti so much, go grab those.
Nah, those ones aren't very shiny anymore. They got all dirty.
Also, deep into the vent. Honestly, Gareth can't get deep into the vents. It's still too bit small for even small size character.
Mm-hmm.
You really need Alex who can get into tiny spaces comfortably. Because, for all purposes, Alex is tiny size for all purposes of movement, essentially, which is so insane.
Wait, what's that? Your shard of events?
I got a blob of confetti stuck in the vents.
Oh, just send an unseen servant.
That's true.
I think that's admittedly true. You have plenty of people unseen servant running about. With that, though, a while later, shortly, and it's really probably about like 10 minutes after the tax collector leaves and the messages are sent, there is suddenly a large set of alarms go off from the cargo hold.
That'll be it. That line will go down.
Well,
Protest will go down.
yep, let's all head down to greet our guests.
As you will see, in all of her magnificent and slightly putrid-smelling glory.
Jotes holds his nose. This new nose
Doran
hasn't been half killed yet.
Torn will bow deeply.
Sideline will give a bow as well. Bow, 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 bow. Kind of bow. Subtle
wow.
bow. Bow wow.
as will Thorok, though a much more,
Very
monkish one.
Very modest. He doesn't bow very deeply.
Did Sarah take Draconic Bloodline today?
I mean, she could have.
I mean, what bloodline would she have taken?
This is the
Shit.
same day as the meeting with the...
Yes.
Oh,
Same
then I'm
as-
psychic.
Okay. Sarah McLean looks back and forth, sniffs slightly,
Hi.
kind of looks down.
Welcome aboard the Glory.
Jortesh, you've become younger.
Yeah, I kind of had to. It was a thing. I'm stuck like this for now.
Through the skies.
Yeah, that doesn't phase Jortes. He figured, if anyone would, it would be this guy.
Admittedly, she's a dragon known for manipulating souls.
Yes,
so-
this girl even. Yes.
I can smell your soul.
As I look towards Sideline, you've changed as well.
He blew up.
Exploding is a term that could be used, yes.
There's been a rather large change. Your magical aura is all different now.
Mostly gone.
Yes, I sense that.
Tragic story.
We
However,
were face to face with a dread vampire, and we had to take the most drastic measure we had at the time.
She also looks towards Torin.
Tor just smiles.
Excuse me, puppy.
Woof.
Is something the matter with you? I'm sensing euphoria.
His brother's coming to visit.
he's deadly
Yes,
sick.
I've just freed my brother from imprisonment, and actually, I've been wanting to speak with you.
Very well. She sits back now. She's done examining, and no one else in the group seems to have something that's particularly off about them. Sarah didn't go a bloodline that she's going to comment on, and Thorok has not changed at all.
No.
The
Sarah's just shoving Radine into a cupboard.
Well, there's the odd thing. Radiance not reacting to any of this.
Yeah, Tor's gonna look over to Radiant and says, "If you stick around any longer, you're going to quickly figure out just how many very powerful friends we happen to have and why we can get away with pulling off the shit we do."
He doesn't respond at all to what you're saying. Doesn't even acknowledge he hears you.
Okay, check to see if he's under the influence of stuff.
Yeah, okay. Yep, Thorok can do that
18,
as well. Firstly, exploit weakness. Is he?
Radiant is not
I don't know if he's
CR
CR
12.
Okay,
Oh,
good.
you're
So
good.
that is a bonus. Good. And let's see if this pulls correctly.
27.
That did not. That should be 4
It
higher.
doesn't. It
That
doesn't
should be 4
seem.
higher.
It legitimately doesn't seem like he's recognizing anything's going on right now. Like, just kind of, like you can't, like he's not recognizing you're talking, or even like there's a dragon in front.
I wave my hand in front of his
Ma'am,
face.
if I may ask, did you stop time?
No, but I have put up an illusionary ward. No one. I don't need everyone to see there's a dragon on your ship.
Same thing with him. Sadly, points that volt to mine.
He cannot see it as well.
Okay.
As long as
Did
none of
the little dragon come with you as well, or did you come alone?
Yes, where is Zachi?
he is currently dealing with another matter for me.
I see.
He'll be alright.
Ari. So let us get to business then, Ari.
So, to what do we owe the pleasure?
Exactly.
Well, this one needed to speak to some of you about some general different things. Firstly, points the tail over at Torn. Something alchemical in nature.
I will be happy to serve.
Me too.
Then points at Sarah.
Huh?
There is also a bit of magic that I require from you.
Oh boy.
I don't know every spell under the sun, but I know you have ways to get hold of magic.
It's called cheating, and yes.
Yes, we are
Yes.
very well known for this.
Your mongrel blood is good at it.
Gotta be good at something.
It's one of the advantages of such a weaker line.
You're such a charmer, Eyrie. You just know what to say.
In the most sarcastic tone a dragon can give. Thank you. Other than that, I've also come bearing advice, I suppose.
We welcome any and all help.
As I know, a certain someone has another soul attached to them, looks down at the small child in front of her.
I'm not sure how many I have attached to me at this point. It's complicated.
I'm sure you know we are working on that.
Well, I will inform you, I have tracked down another piece.
Oh, we knew
Excellent.
there was one north of here, but like between here and the mountain.
I
think
have
it
found a
was.
piece in the Elven Lands.
Oh,
Hey, Jortes, you get to go home.
yeah, he actually looks quite uncomfortable at this.
Right now, actually, it's rather close to my current base of operations. I was thinking about just destroying it myself, but
Unfortunately, to undo this artifact, we need to gather all the pieces before destruction. At least that's what seems to be the case.
Well, there is at least a certain order to destroy them in.
yes, it's complex. Still, though, I'll have some information written up for you, and I'll talk to you about it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I thought it'd be something you're interested in.
hmm Can I actually talk to you about something else before you leave as well? Privately.
Yes,
if
I
may?
have many questions.
I'll be here for a while, at least. I plan to make myself comfortable down here.
You're gonna
Okay.
unbrain freeze those two?
Once I make a little spot I can hide in, yes.
Okay.
It's not fight.
Yes, me and Thorok brought you some pickled and fermented foods local to the area.
Ah, delicious. Thank you.
So by make a place, do you mean on the ship or do you mean the city?
I'll be making a place within your ship. This cargo hold's big enough, I can find a spot.
There's plenty of space down here.
Right.
I had a nice little illusionary wall in, the others won't find it.
Actually, no, it probably wouldn't be. This is the best that you actually hid inside the vault.
No.
Probably
I do
not.
not like being put in fire.
Yeah, that's why I thought of it.
It's been a while since you've been immune to fire.
She smiles a little at that. I also bring one final thing.
Hmm?
It's a
Is it
small
a
gift.
puppy?
No, but it is a small gift.
Oh.
Though you may find it interesting still. I notably borrowed it for that one, points at the sideline.
I like gifts.
Though, in a way, it'll be for all of you. As it will raise up its wings, and you'll find attached to the underside of one of its wings is a very small little dragon.
Eh?
But what?
As one moment, I need to quickly show this. Attached to the underside of the dragon's wing happens to be another little dragon. It's tiny size, to be precise.
Is it a pseudo dragon?
It's not a pseudo dragon. It seems to be, for those of you who have knowledge arcana, a tide pool dragon.
Oh,
Oh.
okay.
Interesting.
Which are generally aquatic dragons. But, yeah.
Welcome
kind of-
aboard the Glory.
It kind of looks to all of you, and in Imperial Common, respond to you. Oh. Not enough water here. It's really dry.
I'll fix that very, very quickly.
But I've been sent as an advisor to help you.
Oh, good.
Its voice is very high and squeaky.
Yes, while we're getting more comfortable accommodations for you, Torrance guy goes over to another bit of the airship and forms a crowbar with his traveler's aim tool and cracks open the top of a barrel of water and says, "You can bathe in here until we get a more comfortable area for you."
Many thanks. Many thanks. Has a bright grin. Tidepool dragons are not known to be the smartest or the most. They do have a decent bit of magic, actually, they can have. Tidepool dragons are often known to become sorcerers in their own right.
So, have we just effectively picked up another kid?
It's not a
No.
kid, no. Tidepool dragons are always tiny. Just how they are.
Oh, okay, good. We have an actual adult.
It's just a tiny side dragon, just very high pitched voice.
Actually, getting an aquarium on the ship would be really cool.
Yeah, it's like a pseudo dragon or something similar. It's just a water based one.
You can actually get it as familiar.
You can take it as a familiar.
Oh, cool.
I want to ride it.
It's tiny
No.
size. It's smaller than you.
I know, but
You can
I want to
still
make it bigger and then ride it.
You would need to enlarge it and reduce you.
Or take a
Yeah.
feat.
Let's do that.
It will. Well, it's not the smartest of things. You'll be informed that it has a decent bit of knowledge, and it also, if nothing else, it has the instincts to be able to help you with caring for dragons.
Many things. The eggs themselves have recently, what's the term?
Awakened.
Woken up, come out of hibernation. It's
I picked at the right time.
you did.
Also, Typhoid dragons have a very interesting quirk. They're water dragons, but they have a fire breath.
Well, technically,
Like a-
it's easy, bro.
Yeah, isn't it like a steam breath?
Well, underwater it turns into steam, but on land it's a fire breath.
Oh, okay.
Which, admittedly, for working with gold dragon eggs, is actually very convenient.
In that case, does it have an immunity to fire?
No, it doesn't. It just has a breath weapon. That's all.
It doesn't even have fire resistance.
It's a very weak little guy,
great.
but it's still interesting. Still though, and that's the thing.
All right then.
It's mine
Thank
now.
you. Thank you. That will be of great help.
The typical barrack dragon kind of looks around, kind of looks down at Gareth, kind of clumsily flies over and lands on Gareth's head.
Oh yeah, he does have clumsy fly.
He sort of tilts his head back to try and look at it.
Oh my god, speaking of dragons, a lizard just crawled up on top of my footlocker. Where did you come from? Hi there!
As Torin is now infatuated.
Tarn just found his new best friend.
But it just sticks to your head as you kind of like, tilt it.
Mm-hmm. It's sort of trying to
what is
turn
with this
around to
timing
try and
for this
spot it and
little
going around in
lizard?
circles.
What
Hi, who are you?
even?
Sorry, what?
Hey, who are you?
I'm Gareth or Jortes, whichever you want to call me. Hi. Reaches
Hi.
up and tries to pet it.
It kind of rolls down onto your shoulder and lets you pet it.
Looks towards the others and just, I have a pet now.
Oh,
That is very demeaning.
I wouldn't exactly call it a pit whenever it's probably about as smart as you.
I think you're more its pet.
Actually, technically,
Sure.
you guys. Actually, we've known what you guys know about us with Tidal dragons. Sure, you guys are probably smarter than it. Tidal dragons are really not that smart dragons. They're
No,
probably
but
the dumbest
does say
little dragons.
Yeah, Jortes just shrugs. It's like, yeah, either way, he's cool. I like him.
Want to see a trick?
Sure.
It kind of looks over at it kind of looks over at something like a barrel. A hydraulic pushes and knocks it over.
Cool. You're so coming to work with me.
I'm staying here.
Oh. But
I
it
probably
has
not
a
a good
big
idea.
swimming pool there and like a hot spring kind of thing.
Mm-mm.
But peasant children don't tend to pick up dragons as pets.
There's other dragons in town. They could have given me one.
I can play with you when you're here.
Okay.
It mage hands an apple over and hands it to you.
It's all stands there munching it. Gives the dragon a little bit.
Dragon munches a bit.
It is very nice to meet you, but I do not know your name.
Sorry. I'm Seville.
Ah, Zavil. It'll be a pleasure working with you. And as mentioned before, you could go with Jortes. As much as you are appreciative of board this ship, I doubt you need to be here 24/7. You are free to do whatever you wish.
I don't want to go outside anyway. I don't like deserts.
That's fair too.
I'm gonna call you Ziggy.
Okay. It seems pretty content and pretty chill.
No, Jortes makes all the friends. Haha.
I mean, Tidepool dragons are known to be exceptionally whimsical anyway, so...
Yeah, I mean, he would not be doing this with a full-sized adult dragon.
This is full-size adult dragon.
I mean, like, actual main, like the other dragons we've seen.
All the chromatics
Yes.
and yeah.
As it's written, Tidepool dragons are sometimes known to be whimsical tyrants of their miniature coral realms. They are not the most. They're not. They're not good. They're not evil. They are. They're little mini dragons. Yes, they're chaotic. They're chaotic neutral little dragons who are very whimsical.
Oh dear.
And that's probably okay.
Yeah.
It's honestly probably okay. But yes, but they add that to your crew. They can tempt the Tidepool dragon, who also can't be captured because freedom of movement.
Constant freedom of movement. It's great.
Well, no, they don't get it constant, but a Tidepool dragon get its spell-like abilities 3 times per day.
Oh, okay.
It's just like, I want freedom of movement now. I have it.
I can't believe the timing of that little lizard that popped up in my room.
It was great timing.
Pretty amazing.
And I ended up letting it out the front door. I would have put it in the garden out back, but we're doing too much yard work back there, and I don't want it to accidentally get buried or injured.
Sideline, it has
I just wish it didn't fall into my coffee cup.
It can give you swim speed.
I know.
That's really useful for you.
Trying to find a picture of a Tidepool dragon that would work for this guy.
If you can find a picture, I'll feel free to add a token.
Yeah, there's just look up a blue eastern dragon.
So basically, like Hanzo.
A little bit.
Hanzo's dragons.
It's a tiny one. Tiny. It's 2 feet long. Yeah. If it goes completely if it lays down next to a laying down Gareth, it comes up to his belly. Tiny little thing.
I'm so small.
And it's okay with that. And it just kind of happily shines dancing lights about.
You know, I think unless anyone's going to stop him or Alan McAvine has anything else to say to him, Gareth's just going to take the little dragon off and show him to Mr. Snips.
Mr. Snips?
Start showing him around the ship.
His pet scorpion that Torn left him.
Yeah. Sure. But, it's totally okay with being given a tour by you. It seems to like Gareth.
Of
Gareth
course.
likes it.
Does it just like him because he looks like a child? Who knows?
Who knows? Does Gareth just like it because it's a tiny dragon? Yes.
You're still bigger than it.
Yep. And it's small, and it's cute, and it's still a dragon.
And it's doing magic tricks.
Man, we could totally work it into our act.
I mean, I don't know the situation of Gareth goes into his room. It's like, oh god damn it, that's on the top shelf. I need to show you that to you. He just made you have it down.
I used to be able to reach that, and then I shrunk.
Because Mage Hand it will?
Hmm.
Yeah. That kind of leads us to kind of the next bit with... So, Aaron McAvine is going to be hiding on your ship, temporarily.
Yep.
Hmm.
And Torn has a lot of things to talk about with Aramacamine.
Yeah.
So does Gareth, it turns out.
Well, Gareth only really has one thing to talk to him about,
It
which I
doesn't
think...
really look appropriate sideline because a tadpole dragon is closer to a sovereign dragon, one of the eastern
Yeah,
dragons.
that is true.
But thinking about it, I think Gareth is going to try and call Torn into the talk with McAvine as well. Because, it would be helpful to have the alchemist's point of view on it as well.
Sure.
But yeah,
We
with
can
this...
go over that later.
With this, though, how does the group want to proceed from here? Do they just want to, take time to prepare for, attacking the tree? Do they want to, try and contact the twins again and see if they can,
I think getting information on the next attack or the next assassination attempt is going to be good.
Yeah,
And then if we have time, prepare for the tree.
The twins getting us more information on the next target is our primary concern.
Alright.
I'm going to, while you guys do work on the defensive, I'm going to work on the offensive. I want to figure out if there's bloodline what kind of bloodline would be acceptable to accept the Sun Spirit, as well as the fact if there are anyone known that would be able to do it.
Okay.
And Torn's going to be making a lot of preparations to receive his brother, and also to help accommodate Aramacavine. He's going to be speaking a lot with Aramacavine about a lot of things.
Alright. Aramacavine, doesn't, we're covering with the kind of bit of, the twins don't have, as far as I can tell, they don't, none of their summons are kind of, telling them, they can see anything coming. They don't have a particular, divinary kind of vision coming.
Alright.
So at least means you have time right now. It doesn't seem like you're about to be attacked.
Good.
Well, it doesn't seem like at least nothing big's going to be happening. So let's see. We'll set
Well, then I guess our next plan of action is probably to attack the tree.
How
Yeah,
long do
probably.
we want to take before doing that?
That is a good question.
I mean, obviously, at least a couple of days for your brother to come back.
Yeah, I was gonna say at least 4 days because I want to be here to receive my brother as soon as possible.
Maybe 5 in order to give you a bit more time to get him settled somewhere else.
The recommendation you would actually have is 6 days in total.
Yeah, that's fair.
The reason for 6 days is partially because when it comes to Radine, his order's been keeping track of where it is, and in 6 days might give you the best opportunity for trying to kind of do what you're planning to do to it.
All right.
Given right now it seems to be heading towards a bit of a canyon,
Yes.
and if you can shoot down from the edges of the canyon at it.
Now, would Aramacavine be willing to offer any assistance?
Aramacavine might, but that depends how things go, and also depends on depends how the diplomacy goes with her, him, or Aramacavine is all of them above sometimes.
The glory of shapeshifters.
Mhm.
But with that, I need to head off. Dark, I will be PMing you about things later.
Good night, Bigby.
Phil, go ahead and PM me, because if you don't PM me, you're not going to get anything done. I will forget.
I know. Like I said, I'll PM you whenever I have time. So
Combat next session. Be careful.
goodbye. Yay, combat.
Question. Ding.
Hmm?
Ding. No ding.
No ding.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe after tree. Maybe.
That's true.
Tree is a pretty good boss.
Mhm.
Which,
Uh,
oh god, Gareth, you might have to fight a tree.
Yes. What size category is the tree?
Colossal.
Colossal plus.
Yeah. So small.
This will be easy to hit.
I mean the difference